Hello, everybody. This is Indigenous Monstrosity, and I am Monstrositus X. And welcome to Story Time, week 7. And this time we have a title because no matter what happens, we're going to be striving towards uh, creating a story, moving through a story, and finishing it. So, I'm waiting for my peoples to show, my day ones, and all my the goddom. I'm waiting for the goddom to make uh an appearance. But until then, uh we're going to be showing you the new story idea I had. Well, it's not really a new story idea. It's basically the idea I've been working with, but I'm adding to it. I'm going to be flushing the story out. Y'all saw me a while ago. I was talking about. Let me see. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can quiet this down. And okay. So that's not good. Dag nabbit. I believe I have the wrong one hot. This is not good. This is not good. Let's see what I can do about that. Oh no. Let's see. I do believe I messed up. Hold on. I don't know why they put 2 up. I understand, but I don't want to show all my business, and that's what I'm doing here. Hold on, let me see if I can clear this out. This is they don't identify which is which, so I deleted the one that I thought. Well, I didn't delete it, but I hid it, thinking that this was the one that shows the one that I want to show, and it's not. So I'm going to switch this. I hope this does the job. Daggone. Let me see. I hope I can straighten this out. Um, Let me see. Oh boy, I hope I didn't just totally destroy my whole stream. Okay. Let me see if I can straighten this out. This is ridiculous how they set this up. They put 2 streams and then they don't let you know which is which. And the damn thing is absolutely destroyed. Oh boy. Hold on, fellas. I'm trying to straighten this out. Oh, damn. Let me see if I can straighten this out. Damn it. I'm live. But let me see. Okay. Oof, oof, oof. This is absolutely terrible. Let me see. I'm hoping that I'm doing everything right to straighten this out. No, I can't. I'm gonna have to stop and start over again. Damn it. Okay, let's see if I can find the other one. Absolutely messed up my whole thing. This is ridiculous. All right, we're back. Okay, I got it back straight. Now I hope. Okay, we got it straight again. All right, sorry about that, peoples. My boy, the Hoffness. It's the
Hey,
Hoffness. Hoff
uh,
Rebel. How you doing, man? I was showing the wrong video, man. They mess it up. They give you two streams and they don't let you know which one is showing all of your behind the scenes one and which one is showing the one that you're supposed to be going out live to the public. So
yeah,
I don't know which is which, and I blanked out the wrong one. I hid the wrong one, kept it private, so I'm not doxing myself and showing all of my business, but I got the wrong one because they don't identify which is which.
yeah. I noticed that on my TV. They got two, or they had two of your streams up, and it is
Yeah,
confusing.
I pulled one down, but I put it in private. But I've been trying to do that the last 2 weeks. The last week I got it right. This week I got it wrong. So I'm looking at. I got another screen up so that I could see the stream, and I noticed that I was watching everything behind. I was watching myself send the invite to you on Twitter, and I'm like, daggone, if I was putting up my my password or something, I'd have doxed myself.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So I sent some the link to a couple of other people to our usual suspects, but right now they ain't showing. So um, it's just me and you for now. We have a couple. We at least have one person watching. I'm not sure if you're counted in the viewers. So uh,
I think that is me actually, because I have my screen on. I have
two
two of them
streams
on.
up. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So at least one of them is you, at least. So anyway, yeah, I was going to be working with. I figured that I want to do some storytelling. I want to create a story, and I want to actually tell a brand new story from scratch with the Goddam's help. And I was hoping to get everybody in here so that we could all work on it. I was talking to Gargoyle about that during the week on one of his streams, and uh, I was saying how this week I wanted to, instead of just everybody telling their own thing or me just going over and over all of my stories over again, that we would finally start a new story. So, being that I already introduced the bounty hunters, and I figured I would, if we don't come up with something new between us, that we could at least work on that because I've already introduced the story, characters, everything. So
Yeah.
I expounded a little bit, expanded a little bit on the creative parts. So far, I have that they were anti-terrorist group, and they were sent in. There was two versions of the story. Gargoyle liked, he wanted an all animal cast and well maybe some humans involved, and I was looking at it more through a superhero type of thing where they got transformed and now they have to correct the the situation that was the problem that was created. And so in their problem, the version that I came up with was uh, because Gargoyle's version, I know about creating a new world like that, a whole world where you have to come up with all of the back history and lore and everything. That's going to take a lot of work, and I don't mind doing it. It's just that uh, I don't think I could do that by myself because I got other stories in the works, and my idea is quicker and more succinct, I guess you could say, because it's based in the human world, and all I have to focus on is the heroes and the bad guys. So the heroes, anti-terrorist group, who who went in on a mission to take out a terrorist group or cell, who had this. They were working on a bio agent, and that bio agent was supposed to degenerate the population into beasts, like animal forms. And they, in the process of perfecting it, when our team comes in on them, and in the process of taking out some of the terrorists, uh, they basically come across the agent, and they didn't want to hold it or save it for our government or to let any of the terrorists get it. So that instead of keeping it or safe until our bioengineers could get a hold of it and process it and do whatever they needed to do, they decided to destroy it. They didn't want anybody to have it, and in the process of destroying it, they were exposed, and they exposed a whole group of people in the area to this bio agent, and people were slowly turning into these bestial forms, and that's how they got transformed into who they are. And they're getting treated, but they're staying in this form, in these forms, because they get stronger. And the longer you're in these forms, you basically become more animalistic, more savage, more brutal, more aggressive. And they're going to find that a lot of them, they don't want to turn back. So Bounty, I changed the name. I like playing with words, so I'm calling it the Bounty, BOUNDT. And I figured the T would have something to do with their name. I didn't get that far yet. But the Bounty, the Bound T Hunters, I figured that being that they created the situation, they're bound to try and rectify the mistake that they made. So they're bound to hunting down these animalistic creatures, mutating animalistic creatures who are beginning to terrorize the country. So that's my concept so far, and
It's cool.
yeah, thank you. I thought it was good for a quick idea. So
Yeah, it's.
yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
wondering, are any of the bad guys also have
Been
powers
transformed?
too?
Yes, yes, yes. Some terrorists might have gotten away, and they were transformed and exposed. And then in the region, the regular people also were getting transformed because they didn't know, they didn't contain it properly. They just decided to blow it up, and it created a gas that escaped, or and it kind of it only took a little bit to infect you and start mutating you. So basically, that's where I got. And I figured, since if we had the capability to get those guys in here, let me see if they checked in, because I did have to switch over to the other, see if they coming in. But no, not anything so far. But anyway, it's just me and you for now, and that's okay. So we can if you have any ideas that you would like to
Um,
contribute, uh, this is
this is
what the goddom is all about.
so this ferret guy, the guy on the screen now, the ferret,
Yeah,
uh, and then the eagle sniper.
yeah. I was thinking about making her a female. I was thinking
Okay,
because she's mostly isolated. The sniper, she's going to be isolated by herself a lot when they're out on missions. The wings will help her get her to high points, so that she can scope the whole area and things like that. And she's brutal, ruthless, and yeah. So I'm thinking about changing her to a female and maybe adding a couple more people, maybe a few humans, so maybe some people to kind of like keep an eye on them, so in case they start showing signs of degeneration.
yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe I was thinking maybe they could have like, you know how like the like some sort of serum or something, some sort of medicine that they
yeah.
take to like stave
Keep
off
the
the.
yeah. That exactly my brain was going. Uh, that's what these extra people would be there for, to help out. And if they show any signs of extra aggression, they have this serum that they slap them with and get them back on track. Because these guys are mostly staying in their condition, like I said, because they're stronger, more agile, have heightened senses, and more durable, and they can go up against these feral creatures that are being created. And so that's why they stay in their forms that they are. So that's why I'm gonna keep that going.
I wonder if like if the government would ever like hire them to take care of like normal like
That can
human
all
jobs.
that can all be taken care of too while they're in the area. They could be hunting down people, and if there's something, say that. And remember, these guys, some of these terrorist dudes that got away and who are infected, they're still terrorists. So they're gonna be more aggressive in their terrorist activities and more brutal and doing things. But they also want to stabilize the the uh, the transformation. They want to find a cure to not cure themselves, but to stabilize it so that they can keep their strength and the extra abilities they've acquired. Gives them a upper hand. So
Yeah,
all of that is what I was considering. So
I was thinking about the ferret character.
yeah.
Um, because you know how like ferrets like run around in those little habit trail tubes. I also think about like
No, I think you're thinking about a gerbil or a hamster.
oh
Ferrets are
yeah,
pretty big. Yeah, they're kind of like the size of cats.
okay,
Yeah, but they just
you're
have
right.
long, skinny bodies. That's all. They're more like in the weasel family.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Do they burrow like do they burrow around in like
I have to look that up. I know they hunt. I know they're hunters because that's one of the reasons why I made them into a bounty hunter, because when I looked up ferret in the dictionary, it said that they are very persistent when they're hunting something. They're dogged. They won't let up for any reason until they find their prey. And that's why I turned them into a bounty hunter. But that was the extent of what I did with the character. Did I show you the original drawings?
oh I think so they have like boots like they have like those boots
Yeah,
on
yeah, 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 yeah,
the
yeah. You seen it? Okay. Yeah.
musketeer boots kind of.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's why I have to remember to put on him, because that's the first time I used those types of boots, and I think it kind of fit him
Yeah.
the way that I had that on. So, well, for just in case anybody else did not see, let me see if I can find it here. The boots, the boots, the boots, the boots. The Brute Hunters, that's the clip. It's got to be a JPEG, the deformity, graveyard shift, my project. Let's see this. There it is.
Yeah, that one.
There it is. So these guys on the side, he's supposed to be human. And I didn't have the eagle guy in there. That was an idea of Gargoyles. But this little dude, he's supposed to be like Super Ball, be able to bounce around like Puck from Alpha Flight.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, these guys can fit into my universe really easily with the idea that with my concept of the idea. If we go with I was telling Gargoyle that we can work them both. It's just that this one will be a little bit quicker and easier, being that it's based in a world that we already know and understand. But having to build a whole realm would be a little bit more daunting, a little bit more challenging. So it might take a little bit longer. But we can still handle that, because I have a story called Soulfire Lords, where I handled the same characters, but in two different time zones, two different eras. One is post-apocalyptic New York, and they're more or less like a Naruto type of scenario, where I was watching Naruto with my nephew, and he put me on to Naruto, and I liked the way they was doing their different techniques and calling out the different attacks. So that's basically what I did. I created my group, and I created all of these different attacks, so that as individuals they can attack with these different. They be yelling out their different attacks, and like one I call AK, so he would have a different set of attacks. Another one I call Murder, Kilo, a bunch of them, and they all have different attacks. Kilo is really big and muscular, so his is more forceful, banging attacks, like hitting the ground and all types of stuff like that. More like Hulk-like type of things, attacks like you might see the Hulk do or stuff like that, or powerful beings, more muscular beings like that. And then the slimmer dudes, they have different attacks. And so I was basing everything about this story basically on how Naruto has those different attacks and how they call them out when they're getting ready to implement them. And so that was the first story. And then the other one, if you saw Spartacus, the TV show, it's basically based on that. Well, if you've seen the movie Spartacus, the movie with Kirk Douglas, or the TV show with Andy Whitfield, that's basically where I was going with the second one. It was going to be basically more in that type of an era where they were enslaved, but they fought for their freedom. And it's kind of like after the enslavement, they fought for their freedom, but in order to they wanted to stay in the new land. I guess you could say it's loosely based on the African slave thing, where they were brought over, enslaved, they fought for their freedom, having this tribal empowerment. They kind of empowered themselves, but they didn't know how to use it until one of a new slave came in, and he brought the technique with him and taught them. And one of the slaves who had been there longer learned it first, and the newer slaves kind of took offense to him being. They kind of thought he was being treated like with more reverence or whatever, or with favoritism, and is kind of like the newer slaves who came in didn't appreciate the older slaves because they said they're no longer our people. They've been there for a generation or two, and they're no longer the same people who they were when they left the motherland or whatever. So it's kind of a play on the whole slavery thing, but it goes from there. They have this ability that allows them to just strengthen up a little bit. It's not drastic. It's not a drastic change. It's just that they get quicker, a little bit stronger. And so in a battle, it only takes 2 or 3 in an army, 5 or 10. Say if you have a regiment of thousands, a few hundred of them would turn the tide. So this is what they broke free, and what happens is in order to stay in the new land and have land of their own and everything, they kind of have to keep fighting for their captors or their slave masters. They kind of have to still remain enslaved, sort of like sharecropping, where you're free, but you still got to work for us. In other words, so they basically, in order to get the land, they got to pay a heavy tax, and so they're given a region, but this region has a lot of threats, so they have to kind of fight off these threats, fight amongst each other, and deal with I guess you can say the hatred from the people, because they're now free and they're developing their own things that they brought. Like I was gonna put like they brought that's going to be more difficult to do. I was going to figure that they maybe in this land they found new resources that they can use that their captors never thought to use, but back home they use these things all the time for different remedies or different types of products and merchandise, and so they found their own way to make a living selling selling products to them at a discounted price, because they have to pay for the land that they live on. So they have to kind of pay this tax, and always under the thumb. And basically they're trying to find a new way to get out from under. And in order to do that, they want to build their own ships and things and create their own trade and all of this. And that's where that story goes from there. I can't keep telling too much here because I'm getting into that. I'm getting into that story. So if I keep going, I'm going to spill everything. So, so I have a lot of, I really based it on, well, not really based it on, but the idea sprung into my head from the Spartacus series, because I love that show. It was really, really good. A lot of action, a lot of blood, and everything in that show that red-blooded American man could want to see. Except for the gay stuff, but but hey, I'm not mad. They had a lot of heterosexual stuff in there, so okay, let them have that. So
what was that on? Like, was that on like HBO or something, or
Stars?
Stars, okay.
Yeah, it's called Spartacus. The first series was Spartacus. I know the last one was something of war. The second one was a six episode, because the original Spartacus, the dude who played Spartacus, died. He had some kind of cancer or something, killed him, Andy Whitfield. And they brought this other dude in to do the last 2 seasons. And he was the only dude that didn't have muscles. Everybody else was shredded and cut up and had their muscles were defined, so they looked like gladiators. And
Yeah.
this new dude, he came in there and he looked all soft and spongy. And I'm like, really? And you could see he had the build for it. All he had to do was work out, and they would have been right there. But in 2 seasons, they didn't really do nothing for him. The first season, and on top of it, they had him crying like a little girl. When Andy Whitfield was upset and crying, he was like mad at the fact that he was upset. And this dude was just crying like a baby. I was like, okay, y'all totally messing it up. But after it wasn't like Star Wars where they just went hog wild and totally destroyed it. Once you get past dealing with him, and then they started keeping his armor on, especially in the final season, they kept his armor on all the time so that you couldn't see his flaky little flimsy body. And it was okay after that. It was really great. It's only 4 seasons long, and it was really, really, really good. I love that show. I watch that regularly. So I got it on DVD and Blu-ray. So yeah, you can check that out. It's definitely good. You will definitely love that show. You will say, thank you, X, for putting me on that, because that was a really good show. If you like action and blood and guts and all of that, you're going to love it. You're going to love it.
All right.
Yeah, so let me see. So Ferret and his group, they're going out. Let me see. I'm going to try and pull up something here. Pull up a new page, and maybe we could do some writing right here. Ferret. No, Bounty. The Bounty Hunters. The Bound T Hunters. Yeah. All right. Okay. Now this is the Bounty. Okay. So we could put in here. Okay. I think we do have some type somewhere in here. There we go. Let's see. Oh, that's tiny. The Bounty Hunters. It's a lot easier. I'm used to doing all of this in Photoshop, so I don't see where the size adjustment is. Okay, here we go. Size. Okay, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a pain. Here we go. Now let's see if that's going to keep it that way. Okay, hey, why did it twist it? All right. Okay, this is odd. It twisted it. It spun it around on the side. I don't understand why it's doing that.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, I never did I do all of this in a Photoshop. I never worked the text in Clip Studios.
Oh.
This is my first time, so this is really odd. And you can't even rotate it like in Clip Studio. I mean, in Photoshop, they won't let you rotate it. You got to go someplace else. Yeah, rotate. Rotate 180, 90 degrees to counterclockwise. I did the whole picture. Oh, no. Okay.
I wish I could help. I go to edit undo. That's what I do.
Let me see. I'll go back. I'll go back. Hold on. Oh, doesn't do that. Let's see. Okay. Let's delete this. Yeah. Oh, this is crazy. I'm loving it.
Because I wish I knew how. I wish I could help. I don't know how this program works. I don't
Yeah,
really...
man. I thought it was gonna. It's a lot like Photoshop, but it's just a little trickier. I haven't gotten accustomed to this one yet. So let me see. I'm gonna do something else. Oh, okay. Oh, this is what's been happening. I think I've been starting new pages every time. Let me see if I can delete some of these. Yeah, get out of there. All right. Oh, it always puts a new one. I guess that's the text. Okay. It's going down again. Why is it going horizontally? Yeah, why is it doing this? This is crazy. Damn it. And then it's flipping the words left and right. It's not just doing it with one thing, it's doing it with all of them. See, the T is flipped. I don't get it.
What the heck?
See, and then the Hunters is flipped. Why is it doing that? I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah. I don't understand that. I'm gonna have to figure that out. One of these days. Why is it flipping it like this? And then when I got to the T, it flipped it again and then back to Hunters. But anyway, that's what I wanted to do, but I'm not going to do this now. I'm going to take this and I'm going to say, the heck with you. You can't black my eye. I won't allow you to black my eye. So what we're going to do is say, screw you. You can't mess with me. I'm too smart for you. And we're going to use the tablet. And we're going to go to the pen. And we got black ink. And we got pen size. And we're going to go the bound T hun. Hunters. Now let's see if I can shrink that.
Much better.
Yes. Let's see. Okay. Come back over here. You, I can't see. All right. See, now it lets you twist. You see? This is odd. I would have just done that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, something got cut off, so I'm gonna have to go back and Okay, this got cut off, so let's let me see. I guess gotta erase it. No. Okay, leave my T alone. Okay, found T, and then back to the. Oh, how come it messed up my ink? Messed up my pen. Oh, I went to the wrong one. That's why. Okay. Hunters. Eh.
and the way it's spelled, it almost is kind of like almost looks like it says Bound Thunder or
Yeah, it does,
like
doesn't it?
I'm thinking of like something like that.
I'm gonna figure out a way to get that like I'm gonna get that. I seen that. I noticed it. Yeah. I think it is gonna have something to do with their team. The reason it's gonna have to do with the name of their team.
Yeah.
Something like that.
T hunters. Well, they are anti-terrorist.
Yeah.
So they are T hunters.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of stuff for it.
See, this is what story time is all about. We want to come up with ideas, troubleshoot, and do whatever we need to do to get the problem solved and make our story. Yeah. But yeah, so I figured they're bound to it because of they're bound to the issue because they created it, and they have to hunt down the people who are the bad guys and the good guys, because they have this they have to rectify the problem, and there's a lot of people who are suffering who didn't ask for it. So
yeah, and it has a lot of gravity. It's on the face of it, it's kind of wild and silly. It's animals, but
yeah,
it has serious gravity behind the
has some
story.
grit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll the bounty. Yeah. Okay, gotta remember the pencil. There we go. Bounty hunters. So I'll figure that out. I'll get that. I'll work that out. That's the first time I wrote it down. So that was the first time I seen it said thunders. The bound thunders. Yeah. I like playing with words. So that bounty, that was something that piqued my interest, and I was seeing where I could go with it. I have titles that make me think. Like, here's one for you. And maybe you could think on this, and maybe next week you might come up with some ideas like me. But here's an idea. This is just a title. I haven't come up with a story, but the title alone is so good that it creates so many, like you say, it creates depth in the name alone. You can come up with so many great ideas. Now, this title can be used two ways. It can be flipped. So you can call it The Hell That Heaven Wrought, or The Heaven That Hell Brought.
Whoa, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Now, you can go crazy just trying to come up with concepts for that. I'm telling you, because I've been working that and thinking every time I come across that title, it makes my brain do flips because I can come up with all kinds of different ideas for that. Imagine why would heaven need to? I mean, hell need to bring heaven into anything. They're mortal enemies. And then on the flip side, what kind of evil can heaven bring to earth? So that's I have titles like that just boggles my mind sometimes. And like I said, I have a lot of story ideas, some that I don't even bother to touch right now because I got so much and so many other stories that I haven't even begun to finish yet. So
that's like a great like warm up, like just because I'm like the heaven or the hell that heaven brought
Uh-huh.
is like I can think of like a utopia where there's some sort of terrible secret or something deep within that government system of that utopia, or like that's a bit more like figurative.
Yeah.
Um,
Either way, that's what I'm saying. It's just the title. There is no story. There is no story. It's just the title. So anything, any idea you come up with works. Any idea. That's why I'm saying I wanted to have the guys here and everybody participating and and blowing people's minds with the concept. So yeah. Oh, here we go. I didn't see you. Hey.
Yep. How you doing, guys?
All right.
Hey.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. We're working on my comic book, and it's coming along splendidly.
That's great. That's great. I was I didn't catch you there. I didn't see you there until just now. I was on the page where we was doing Bounty, the Bounty Hunters. So I don't know how long you've been there, but
about a few minutes. Don't worry.
Okay. Oh, I see you left a message in the private chat. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got you. We got you though.
Yeah. So how are you guys doing today, huh?
Oh, we're doing pretty good. We started right out the gate with some concept and getting right into a story idea, and then I was putting this. I was giving Hoth Rebel something to think about with one of the titles that I have. It's just the title. There's no story behind it yet, but it was something that makes me think. When I came up with the idea, I like to play with words, so that's why I got the Bounty Hunters. And the idea, the concept, or not the concept, just the title is the heaven that hell brought and the hell that heaven wrought.
That sounds good.
But the concept, the things that flood into your brain, just trying to think of what that can be is astounding. And I like that.
I've had an idea recently for a comic book as well. I don't know. It sounds like a good one. I was basically, let's see. I'm trying to think of a good name for it, but it really is a good concept, I think.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't. I thought you was gonna.
I'm going to tell you about it. I want to think of a good name first for something.
Okay. Well, you don't really need a name for a good concept.
I thought of a good thing for now. We'll just call it. I suppose Muppet Fighters. My idea is because have you seen the new? Do you have Netflix?
No, I don't.
Have you seen The Dark Crystal?
Yes, I do. I have that on Blu-ray.
Yeah. Well, my idea was maybe something like the Skeksis as well as the
Mystics.
Yeah. One character will be sort of like a bird creature, like a Muppet, while another will be a metahuman or a mutant with electrical powers. Well, have you also seen Kung Fu Hustle?
Yes.
My third idea for the third character will be like the main character from Kung Fu Hustle, martial artist.
Okay.
Now, my thing here is that the bird guy is basically time traveling with the metahuman, and they end up meeting this martial artist guy maybe sometime in the past, and he ends up getting hooked into their adventures.
How far in the past? In his lifetime, maybe, or is?
I was thinking maybe like in Kung Fu Hustle, maybe like the 1930s, or like in the old time China, like like that.
And that's maybe where the whole story would take place.
I said he gets partially. I said he gets hooked into their adventures.
Oh, okay.
And he ends up in the past. And he ends up seeing things.
Okay.
It would be a fun idea for a story of this crazy bird creature taking this superhero, the metahuman with electrical powers, on an adventure. He's trying to do something and end up hog tying this guy who gets into it. Remember in Kung Fu Hustle, this guy is sort of like he's more or less a normal guy, but he's sort of like what do you not a player or like a low level criminal trying to con men and stuff like that, but he knows martial arts, so he knows how to take care of him. So getting sucked into this wild adventure, well, just think about it. What someone who's never seen an alien like something that looks like the Skeksis before would react if he actually saw it in real life. Not just the puppets in the Dark Crystal look pretty realistic, or rather, you get the idea. If you actually
I love that movie. It's
you
more based for children, but I love that movie.
You should get Netflix, or at least get something like a free account on it for a week and check out the.
Oh, you're talking about the show, not the movie. Oh, I haven't seen the show.
No, I've seen the movie and the show, but
okay.
But you should try to check out the show by getting Netflix. They can give you a free account for a week to check out things.
Yeah. I know. I was thinking about doing that because, tell you the truth, I'm getting tired of cable. Everything is being repeated, and then they move it to the commercial channels, and then they move it back to the movie channels, and then they move it to the. So you watching for the whole year the same programs over and over and over.
That's because people are dying.
Yeah, and then I won't want, and because everybody's trying to get the streaming thing up, so everybody's hoarding their own merchandise. So there's nothing for cable to play besides the same shit over and over and over again.
Well, you'd think they could do something like the way Mystery Science Theater did and just show old movies. I mean, there's billions of them.
Billions. Or some of these old black and white movies.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm telling you, like the Thing from Another Planet, the original Thing movie with James Arness. I love that movie. I just got finished buying it not too long ago.
If they just maybe just start showing old movies that are like that or so like that, they'd probably bring people in, for God's sakes. Even when I was a kid, there was the Friday or Saturday night monster movie things.
Yeah.
If they get a host for it, you'd probably bring in people.
Bring in those old martial arts movies.
Yes. But no,
they want those old martial arts movies. There's thousands of those.
And you can probably show them because they're probably a lot of them are probably what's the word when something goes public and no one owns it anymore?
Domain, domain. Yeah.
But no, they want to keep talking
public domain. Yeah.
Yep. But no, they don't want to do that. They just don't.
It seems like they just want to make you pay for the most minimal amount of work that they can put out.
That's
they don't want you to get value for anything. They want to give you the least they could possibly do for as much as they could charge.
Yeah, because it takes money to make stuff, and if you see YouTube, you can just get it. If you hired a YouTuber or something like that to host a TV show showing movies, you probably make a lot of money because it's cheap. But they won't do that either.
Yeah, well, it didn't cost the same amount of money back in the 90s to make all those Arnold Schwarzenegger movies and those Sylvester Stallone movies and those Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. But all of a sudden now everything costs so much. I think they're padding their bills. Because the movies that they're making today is garbage.
Yeah, or they're just stealing the money from stealing. When a company, someone basically steals money from a company.
Yeah,
they make it look like no one's actually taking the money.
They're padding the bills.
Yeah,
it's just like the government $1,000 for a roll of toilet tissue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. Everybody's trying to get you to pay. It's just like the video game companies. They don't want to put out anything really that new. They want to give it to you half finished and then fix it while you're playing it.
Yeah.
Instead of back in the days when video games first came out, they was giving you everything. Everything was completed. They gave you multiplayer, single player, online play, everything. And create a character, and all of it was for one price.
Well, there are indie creators doing their own games and stuff. Thank God,
yeah.
Games like that, and some of them are like Outlast are almost as good as or as good as the mainstream.
Yeah. That's what they.
Then again, the last Outlast game wasn't all that great. It was good. It was better than that, but I think they were still hyping on basically, having your character not be able to defend himself.
Yeah.
Well, and that comes in with the stupidity because the main villain, or rather the villain that can kill you this time, is a woman and can still somehow beat down a man.
Yeah, well,
Well,
I don't know. They used to do that back in the days, and for some reason, people didn't mind. But they put so much of this. They put so much dirt and crap in the water. It's like you don't want to drink it. It's unbelievable how they absolutely destroy. Because I watch shows like La Femme Nikita, and I've seen movies where women are beating up dudes, and I didn't get offended. I wasn't. Oh man, come on, you know. But
Xena.
Alias, that's right, Xena. Come on. There was so many female movies or TV shows where they didn't shit the bed.
And game, though, and this Outlast 2 game, the woman was a kind of freak of nature who was about 7 feet or about 6 feet and a half tall.
Yeah.
Stronger than a regular person. And they give an explanation why this is. But the thing is, what pissed people off about it, maybe because like the first Outlast game, you're supposed to run away from everybody and basically not have a weapon. They think that people think one of the reasons why they suffered was because it was basically just a rip-off of the original game with just it did continue the story from the last game, really, because they used some of the same technology, which is because the technology here basically pumps humans up who are exposed to it and gives them more muscle because it has an effect on them, as well as driving them insane, and they go out and attack people.
That sounds familiar. that game sounds familiar.
Yeah. So it gives an explanation why she would be this strong, and as well as other reasons and why everything is happening. But still, I think what pissed people off was because it was basically, Outlast. You're supposed to run away and do and try to survive and hide away from the villains and not be able to fight back. But people did bring up the fact that really you can't use a stick or something or a log and basically bash one of these guys from behind. It's always run away. You can't do anything as a weapon. I think that's one of the reasons why it made people angry. And you could give someone limited ammo, as well as the fact if he did have limited ammo, why the villain would yes, it's a woman or it's a man, why he'd still be able to attack you if he had a gun and shoot her. You could do more than one version of it. Like it's a brigade of these guys and they're all dressed the same.
Yeah, and that's important for stories to be plausible or have plausible deniability or whatever it's called. Like
you need to have plausible threats and plausible. You can't have overpowered superheroes or overpowered protagonists, and that goes for women as well as men. It can work because, like I said, Arnold did it. Sylvester Stallone did it, and a lot of them did it back in the days. But we accepted it because the whole movie, all of the movies were a little over the top back then.
No, everybody was over the top.
So we kind of just went with the flow. The movies were good. They was giving us all of the entertainment we wanted. They was giving us the adventure we wanted, and we was like, okay, it's a little over the top, but hey, it's doing what it's supposed to do. But nowadays, they don't want to do the groundwork. They don't want to give you a good story and try to say, okay, this is the new women, and we're going to bolster our women by making them strong and kick butt and giving you a good story. No, they're giving you crap stories, crap characters, garbage, everything, designs, books, everything. The only thing is some of them got good art.
Yeah, there's that. But also, if you want to look at a good movie, look at some of what movies that are coming out that are basically, well, not the big tentpole movies. I mean, Shia LaBeouf has made a movie where he was basically befriending this boy who had, I guess a man who was mentally handicapped.
Yeah.
Peanut Butter, something like that.
Whatever happened to him? What happened to his career? Because he was doing Transformers, and then the next thing you know, he can't get a movie to save his life.
Well, this movie, he's made a couple of good movies I've heard over the last few years. As he said, he made this movie with this mentally handicapped fellow.
Yeah.
In real life, this guy is actually, retarded in real life, but he can act and stuff.
He's reaching for an Oscar. That's what it is.
Yeah, but it's supposedly a good movie. I might check it out, but then again, I really don't like Shia LaBeouf because
I don't either.
Trump.
I don't either.
And I have no
don't
idea
either.
why does he hate Trump? I mean, all of Hollywood hates Trump, but he went especially.
I think that's what it is. That's what I heard about him. He was one of those SJWs that's always talking, that went crazy when Trump got into office.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm not a Republican, and I didn't want him in there, but he's in there.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Why are you going to cry? And we've been through this before. It's not the first time a Republican has been in office. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why are people losing their goddamn minds?
I don't know.
Wow. Just because one man got into office, it's not like all life changed. You don't see the changes that he's made. That's mostly goes, and nothing has ever, no matter who's been in office, the people down here where we are at, we hardly see the difference.
Yeah.
We hardly ever see the difference. So I don't see why people are so bent out of shape. I really don't.
Yeah. I don't either. I don't know either.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I remember.
yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead.
know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to get too political, but
Yeah.
I mean, well, I'll just say I remember like people protesting other presidents
Yeah.
who did maybe had more effect on the world than this president
Yeah.
has had.
Yeah.
And
I think even Kennedy had people who was against him. Come on. And he's supposed to be one of the best presidents that ever walked the earth.
yeah,
So come on.
Now, I have something to say. Remember Clinton? And you remember Trump. Trump basically fixed the problem with North Korea, a problem that basically Clinton helped make worse by giving North Korea nuclear material, which they basically made into nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
But basically, Trump has helped and basically fixed some of the relations between North Korea and South Korea. So there's a good chance that North Korea will never bomb South Korea. That's
there's not going to be any bombings. Trust me. There's not going to be any type of nuclear events. There's not going to happen. It's not. And I know that it's a conspiracy theory, but I believe all of the 1% know that the world is going down, and I believe they're orchestrating it, and I believe that they won't allow. See, one thing that someone would not want is to destroy the earth in a manner that's not going to allow people to survive. And a nuclear warfare will create a situation where nobody wins, because there's going to be all kinds of fallout all over the place, nuclear winter and all of that. So that's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is Yellowstone. If y'all don't know, there's a huge, massive volcano in Yellowstone called a caldera, and it's bigger than any volcano on the planet, and it's primed and ready to go. In this area, there's been a whole lot of 6.7 earthquakes, and then in Hawaii there was a big eruption of volcanic activity, and nobody talks about the caldera. But I remember from when I was a kid, they talked about this caldera and how dangerous and how it was an extinction level event. If that thing was to ever blow, it would black out the sky for about 20 years. And that is what we have to worry about, because with all of the fracking, it's causing way more tectonic activity. There's like 500% more earthquakes in the US since we started fracking. And all of these big businesses, they've been looking forward for global warming so that they could get underneath all of that ice for all the resources. So until the caldera in Yellowstone blows, that's what they're gonna do. And that's what I think is what's going on. They're not going to let any nuclear event happen, because all of these rich people have got bomb shelters and bunkers now. There was a news report how rich people were doing all of this apocalyptic preparation things now, just like how a lot of people down south have those bunkers and preppers. That they said that there's a lot of rich folks that's prepping now. And why would they do that? Why would they do that? I just believe that they know that Yellowstone is coming. That's the big beast that we have to worry about. Not global warming. Well, it's part of it, but not nuclear. Nuclear is it'll never happen. Never. Like I said, the caldera in Yellowstone will blow before any nuclear events happen. And it will be clean. Millions and billions of people will be wiped off the face of the earth. And in about 15 to 20 years, everything will settle. People could come back and start anew. And all the rich folks are consolidated the money, put everything in amongst the filthy rich across the whole planet. And everybody's acting the same way. You notice all the countries are acting the same way. They're all acting like later for you, we're in charge, the heck with the people. And I think it's because they know sooner or later, within the next 10 years or so, and I'm not trying to panic anybody because there's nothing you can do. So there's no need for panic. You just live your good life. That's all you can do. Either that or start preparing a bunker. Other than that, there's nothing you could do, man. There's one thing I know, that anything can create a problem that will have people losing their minds. Imagine if we had like the sun was to throw some
solar
flares at us and wipe out the electricity on the planet. In a matter of 2 days, we will be killing each other on a massive level, because all the water would be gone and polluted. There would be no fresh water. There would be no filtration, all of that. No food. People would be killing each other within 2 days.
Yikes.
Yes.
Scary.
You let the electrical infrastructure go down, people will be killing each other in 2 days.
Man,
it would not. So people worrying about nuclear threats, that's not going to happen. I don't believe it. I believe that all of these rich folks know what's coming, and that's why they're prepping. And that's why the world is going the way it's going. They got us all looking the wrong way, arguing over comic books and social lists. Nobody, they don't care about that. They're sitting back watching us flail around in the boat like fish out of water. That's just my thoughts.
That's very sobering.
Yeah.
I was coming here to talk about comic books, and I'm thinking about
well, shoot. Now you know where I live. Now you know where I live. Shoot, nobody talks about the ozone layer no more. When I was a kid, that's all they talked about.
Yeah.
And they said it would be gone in 20 years. So I guess they're not talking about it because it's gone.
No, it healed itself.
Yeah. Fear is the biggest thing to use against somebody. Fear. And that's what they're doing. They've been doing it. Fear is the biggest way to motivate somebody.
Yeah.
So this is the types of things that I put in my stories. Those types of fears and conspiracies, and this is the type of stuff that it's going to be in The Might of Thug City. Mm-hmm. Having my Illuminati people setting up events that can create things that's going to happen, and major events that can disrupt things, or having people's minds thinking one way when they're going another way, and all of these things. This is the type of things that I want to put in my story.
Yeah.
I'm not just saying these things to frighten people. I say these things because my mind thinks on a global level, even when it comes to my stories telling. So this whole caldera thing, I don't worry about that. There's, like I said, there's nothing I can do about it. So if it happens, it happens. I'm not going to sweat it. I'm not going to wait for tomorrow to come or sit around going, well, it's over. So that's not what I do. I just live my good life. I'm just going to make my comics and put, being that I'm not trying to put a whole lot of craziness out in the world, I put it into my stories. So, but I have all types of stories where the earth, just like Idris Elba says, the earth is reacting to humans and is doing this. I have stories like that too.
Yeah,
I have stories like that, but I can't talk about it because even if I mention the title, I could possibly give away the whole essence of my story. So I don't even talk about those stories. Yeah,
it's a good, like, it's a fun outlet for like all these thoughts that come into our head, like about the world, to just put into a story.
Yeah, it's great because it adds. Not only does it add the modern age thought process where people are always worrying about the doom and gloom and all of that, but it also takes you on a path where you can create organizations that's trying to bring about certain
He left.
things, and all of these things are just.
You cut out there for a moment.
Yeah. Man, my it looks like the hard drive is
There you are. You're
people are
back now.
getting bumped out. I just got bumped. It looks like the stream is getting interrupted. The page refreshed, and then it looks like we got bumped out. My picture is now taken down. I can see my picture in the back, the lobby area, in the backstage area, but on the stream, my picture is removed. Your picture is removed. Haas Rebel, you've been bumped out and came back in.
They're talking about the caldera.
Yeah. Maybe it's blowing up now.
Yeah. We've said too much.
Yeah, they're trying to tell us to cut it out. Cut it out with all of that doom and gloom. You're supposed to be writing a story. Well, it is part of a story. It's just not. It's just not this comic book story. Okay, no more doom and gloom, YouTube. I promise. Unless it's in comic book form. Yeah. It's crazy. So yeah, it looked like it's flattened out a little bit. It's calmed down. Maybe they was trying to give you a heads up. Shut up about that crap. We don't want the people to know. They probably, if I had like 1,000 people watching, they probably just stopped my stream. But being it's just us, they probably said, okay, ain't nobody watching it. By the time he gets monetized, ain't nobody gonna worry about that. So let's get back to our storytelling. Okay. So we can okay, Chris, you was talking about your stories. You had a couple of ideas that you was talking about. I was I don't wanna I know I must have cut you off at some point. So
we started talking about Trump and stuff, and about Shia LaBeouf and stuff.
Yeah.
I just brought up that stuff that got you into that rant about that stuff. Now, my idea for Muppet Adventures, this is just an idea because I needed an idea because it's going to have a character that's going to be more or less a Muppet in it, but it's going to look like one of the Skeksis or one of the Mystics from the Dark Crystal. Yeah. And basically he's going to be time traveling with a metahuman with electrical powers, and they end up getting that martial artist involved in their adventures. as they go around basically saving people. I got an idea maybe about them trying to stop with something like that. Maybe even going off to other planets because the Muppet got the Skeksis, the Muppet, I suppose, is more or less an alien. And they get involved on an adventure in outer space, and they're dragging the martial artist along with them by accident. Maybe I should give a villain that would look more or less like maybe something like Darth Vader or something like that, something really out there. More like I could say another member of something that looks more like a Muppet or one of the more monstrous things, maybe a mechanical thing with all black armor as one of the
remember the Skeksis had those giant roach creatures that was going around. What would they call?
Gotham,
the Gotham. Yes, the Gotham. Ha 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 ha. I remember them. Oh yeah. I forget the names. I almost pulled one of the names out of here when I was doing the voice. The Gotham. Yeah, I remember that dude. He was the one who was fighting for leadership.
The Gotham Master before.
He was the one. He became the next leader.
He went up against the Chamberlain.
Yeah, the Chamberlain.
He got his ass kicked.
He was always doing that shit. Yeah. Please, don't run. We want to help you.
Anyone would believe this guy. Anyone who could, from the voice alone, you'd know this is not someone you'd trust.
Exactly. Weasel. A weaselly dude. Yo, the guy I think he played in that Exodus. He also played in this movie. He played in the what's it? User, the Steven Spielberg User something.
Oh, Ready Player One.
Yeah, Ready Player One. He was the bad guy, the corporate dude. That dude is one weaselly looking dude. I've seen him time and time again, and he is the most. I don't know him, and I'm not trying to disparage the man, but he has the most weaselly features I've ever seen on a man, and I wouldn't trust that dude. 2 feet. I wouldn't. I've never seen somebody who looks so weaselly. This guy is really, really weaselly. I watched the movie. HBO had The Outsider. Yeah, The Outsider. It was a show by Stephen King and the dude who played in it. I forget his name. He was one of those shows back in the day. He's kind of like a little wimpy dude, and he did the executive producer, or he directed the first episodes or 2, and I forget his name. He had a few. I think he was in that movie where Rachel McAdams was in it, and they was doing like a adventure night or a clue night, and it turned out to be more real than they expected, but they thought it was fake the whole time. They had to run around and do something like a scavenger hunt. I forget the name of the movie, but what? I
think it's called Game Night.
Game Night, there it is. But he was in it. I think he was Rachel McAdams. Now who's Rachel McClish? I hope it's not a porn star. Okay, Rachel McAdams. I think he played her husband in that movie, and he was in this Outsiders, and it was just so dry and corny and slow moving. Stephen King is not who he was. Well, he's always been kind of slow and boring to me, but this show was really, really slow, boring. The characters were worthless to me. I didn't like any of them. And this guy was the lead police officer in the show, the TV show, and oh man, I just couldn't get over how much like a weasel this guy looked like.
It's Ben Mendelsohn.
Yeah, that's him.
He's also
That's
in
him.
Rogue One. He's in
Rogue One. Yeah. He was a bad guy. That's right. Such a weaselly looking dude, man. He looked like he'll turn on you in a second. He cut your throat as soon as you turn your back. I don't know. It's just the look and the roles. Some of the roles that he get, it seems like he's well fitted, like that Rogue One. But to be a cop, I don't know. The whole time he just came across as really, really untrustworthy. In the whole show, all 10 episodes, I didn't like the guy.
Well, I guess he was trying to play against type because, yeah, he does play the roles of more or less the Weasley jerk. But so they basically put him on as a cop, probably because they were trying to be funny, because there's no way this guy who looks so Weasley would be a cop in real life.
Well, he wasn't trying to be funny. He had the most monotoned. Everything about him was this. He talked really low, and he never had any other emotions. He was just this. Nothing about him came off as an authoritarian or a person of authority. He just came off as weaselly, untrustworthy. Even the things that he was doing was he didn't trust the person they were supposed to be trusting. The black girl who from Widows, she was the short blonde haired girl. I think she played what's the Underground Railroad?
Hey, Tubman?
Yeah. She played in that movie with about her and Harriet Tubman, and her part was stupid. She was supposed to be like autistic or something like that, where she didn't know the social norms. She walked into a bar and told people to move out of her seat. That's my seat you're sitting in. How? This is a bar. And the people just got up and moved. So it's like they're telling regular people that we should be accepting. No, you're the oddball. Why should be okay? We can be accepting, but I'm not gonna move for you. Why should I move for you? I've been sitting here. Why would I move just because you got some kind of oddity that's going on? That's your problem, not mine. Why should I move where I'm sitting? You find someplace else to sit. That's how life is. You have to learn to adapt to us, not the other way around.
Yeah.
But that's how they had this girl, and they made her out to be this whiz kid. She could find anything, she could track anything, but most of her clues she got from this bartender. So most of the major clues that set her on the right path, she got from this bartender, a white female, and she was like I said, you didn't like her. Half of the characters in the show, you didn't like them, and they're the people that you're supposed to like. The lead characters who's basically taking you through the story, and I didn't care about any of them. Didn't care what happened to them. I didn't care that they was dying. I didn't care about anything. Even the first kid who got taken away, because what happened is this creature, he's a boogeyman. It's a story about the boogeyman. For some reason, Stephen King has a fixation about the boogeyman. Half of his stories are about some kind of boogeyman, and he's always trying to punish some bully. And so that's what this was about. A literal boogeyman who was killing kids and then torturing the family members. They go around and set them up, make it seem like they were killing people, while he would scratch you, and you would get infected, and he would slowly turn into you, and then ruin your life. It was kind of weak concepted because it was just like Fallen, Denzel Washington with the angel who was doing the same thing, except for he did it way better. And this story just dragged out. It should have been a movie, but they dragged it out for 10 episodes. I think it took 6 episodes for the black girl to wander around from state to state, back and forth to the same state, to find out that it was a boogeyman. And so she got that from some Spanish lady who called it some El Cucuy or something like that. And then all of a sudden she did an internet search, and all of a sudden the black girl was the authority on this El Cucuy crap. And she figured out how to kill it and everything. I don't get it. I didn't understand it. I thought it was very cheaply made. It was very weak. Everything about it was very cheap and I guess formulaic. It just was something typical of a Stephen King film nowadays. I guess it had the It movies were way better, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So
The new one and the old one.
the new and the old one. I'd watched both of those before I watched this Outsiders again. I was supposed to do a review for my channel, but I didn't want to do an episode by episode review, so I was figuring I'd just do a review of the whole thing and get it over with, because I can't go back through that again. It was so dry and so slow, and like I said, everything about the storytelling was not exciting. I didn't care about the characters because they were so odd, all of them. I didn't care about this rude, socially inept girl who was supposed to be a whiz kid who turned out that she wasn't. And then she couldn't understand emotions like humor. She was asking, I don't understand why people make jokes. But then later on, she's making jokes. It was stupid. It was stupid. She fell in love, and then the dude dies. It was just crazy.
How did that power work? Where the monster scratches people and then turns into them?
Yeah, once you get scratched, it kind of can read your mind, and it slowly turns into you. And during this period, it's when it's at its weakest form. It's in its weakest state while it's transforming into you, and it takes like 20-something days for it to transform, because people was witnessing this. He would run around and kill people and let everybody see him. So he was basically setting up the person he was transforming into, and people were saying they who saw him said that, he had this deformed face. His face was really deformed with these black eyes and all of this stuff, but that was the process of him transforming. And if he's this demon, why does it take him so long? Why isn't he like and they didn't explain any of this because they couldn't. It was a folklore. So, but why wasn't it like Jeepers Creepers, where he got a javelin through his face, he ripped his whole head off practically, he ripped half his face off, and then he just ate somebody else's head, and in 2 seconds he had a new head. So that's the type of stuff I want to see. I don't want to see some dragged out, long, boring, made up. You're working off of the boogeyman idea, and you inject this easy remedy for killing him, and something that she figures out on her own. There's no mystic witch doctor or somebody who deals in this type of thing. She just went on the internet, read a couple of internet blogs, and she knew everything. It was stupid to me. I couldn't get with it. It was, for this day and age, for somebody who's been writing for so long to write something so basic and simple, and then to make it into a 10-episode story when you could have done that in an hour and a half, is ridiculous.
Yeah. They stretch it out too much.
It was way stretched out.
But the imposter thing, the body snatcher, whatever, that's a really cool plot device, I think. And
I love that type of stuff. I love that type. Venom, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Back in the day, they had these. It's called Attack of the Brains, where these like cantaloupe-sized brains. It was like an invasion. They would try to get on the back of your neck and take over your body. And they had these little tendrils and a spine.
I think the movie was called The Puppet Masters.
No. It's older than that, from the 50s, called Attack of the Brains. I just looked it up not too long ago on YouTube because I couldn't remember. I was looking it up, brains attacking people, all kinds of stuff. And then it finally popped up, Attack of the Brains.
I think you're right about that, because that sounds very similar to The Puppet Masters from the 90s. Sounds like a remake they did.
Yeah, with Donald Sutherland. Yeah. With Donald Sutherland and that cute little girl from Secret of My Success. Yeah. I remember that one. I like that one better. I thought you was talking about the other Puppet Masters with the little dolls who was killing people.
Yep.
Yeah. The one with Donald Sutherland with the spacecraft and the kids who invited people into the spacecraft because they had these flat, like stingray looking creatures on the back of their neck. And it kind of like suction cupped itself to their whole back. And it introduced like tendrils into the base of their neck or their brain stem and took over their bodies and was doing all kinds. That was a good movie. That was a really good movie. I tried to get that. I'm gonna look it up on YouTube, on Amazon, to see if I can get that one, because that's one I don't have in my collection. I got it on disc. I'm pretty sure that I recorded it, but I want to get it on Blu-ray. There's certain movies that I want to have on Blu-ray or DVD if I can't get it on Blu-ray, and that's one. Yeah. Definitely a good movie. So I like that whole idea, because if y'all ever saw Stargate SG-1, that's basically the whole premise of that whole show, was the symbiote. It was these little worms, and there was a whole other breed of creature. And ancient Egypt, they basically was the Stargate. If you saw the movie with Kurt Russell, it was a spin-off TV show, and the TV show wasn't the same as the movie. They turned it from these aliens who inhabited human bodies to these little snakes. They called them snakes, but they're more or less like worms. And what they did was either they ripped into the back of your neck or into your throat, and they would attach themselves, wrap themselves around your spinal column, and had these tendrils that would go into your spine and up into your brain, and they would take over. And you could only witness what was going on. You couldn't do anything. The Goa'uld is what they called them, the Goa'uld. And the Goa'uld would take over. All of the Egyptian gods were these creatures. And the Egyptians worshiped them, and they basically took humans as slaves to different planets, because the Stargate, they was able to travel from planet to planet, going into traveling through the Stargate, and humans unearthed a Stargate. And what happened is one of the Goa'uld came through the Stargate, kidnapped their people, and took off. And this is after the movie, because it starts up after the movie, the TV show. And they go through they realize the Stargate works, and they go through, they find the scientists who did all of this hieroglyphic research and stuff like that, and they carry him and take them through the Stargate to this alternate planet and try to get back the people that was kidnapped, and basically start a war with the Goa'uld who called them the Tauri and people of Earth. And so it's a really good show. It was good for 10 years, no, 8 years.
Yeah, and then they brought in the Farscape people.
Yeah, and it went downhill quick.
Not to mention Stargate Atlantis. That show,
Stargate Atlantis was good.
Yeah, up till the fact they introduced that Wraith guy who was turned into a human, and then it just sort of turned into a. But it didn't go as bad as Stargate went. When they introduced the Ori, it kind of went way left. It was really dry. It got corny and slow. The Ori, they were basically going after, well, a non-analog of Jesus Christ. Of course. How nice. Very good. Evil. So, well, when humans evolve in Stargate, they become these ethereal, mystical angel beings.
Oh, yeah. That was oh, man. I remember that part. I got to watch it. I haven't watched it in about 2 years.
Yeah. And the thing about it, those supernatural beings humans can turn into are basically angels or gods themselves, real gods. But then they introduced the concept that these evil version, the Ori gods, can be killed. So
there was only one. Oh, no, those guys were different. The Ori was different because by the time the Ori came around, I think they wasn't dealing with those higher beings and all of that, were they?
The Ori gods were supposed to be evil versions of the ancients who would basically ascend.
Oh, okay. I got to look at it again. I haven't followed. Well, as a matter of fact, the last time I watched it, I didn't even watch the last 3 seasons because it got so corny. I kind of didn't watch it after that. I have all of the movies. I got all 10 seasons, and then there was 2 movies that came afterwards. And they were all corny and slow. So the last 3 seasons, I really don't watch too tough. Last 2 or 3 seasons.
The thing about that is because they got rid of all of the Goa'uld.
Yeah.
Around as villains, as if the Tauri were able to get enough technology, they established their own empire. But the Goa'uld as
once they got rid of them, somebody just got bumped. What happened? Chris got bumped. No, not Chris. Hoth Rebel got bumped. What happened, Hoth Rebel? So
either way, when they basically got rid of the Goa'uld, the show went to crap.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why the Stargate franchise has gone in the dumpster. They introduced not to mention the fact that they basically had success when they got rid of the replicators.
Yeah, you go.
Them, so they got rid of the Goa'uld. Basically, wanted to keep hyping that up for the new villain, and you can't always do that. Now, the thing, if the Goa'uld actually existed, you'd probably always have them as a real threat. Who'd always be in the background because, they have an empire and they've been around for thousands of years. These upstarts from the Tauri who've been around decades, with technology, suddenly get rid of them. Now you could do that, but maybe have it set far into the future where Earth has this empire and they are at war with the Goa'uld and a massive thing, and that would be how you series. Or you could do Star Wars and basically have like the Goa'uld always be like the Sith, where they're always around in their own empire, but have Earth basically in this Cold War situation, and basically always having like that, the way Warhammer 40,000 is basically established.
What I think they did was the same thing that happened with Supernatural. They went too far too fast. Supernatural, they went in, they started attacking God and all of the angels, and they should have saved that. They should have known that after they attacked God and they finished that mission, That should have been the end of the series. They should have finished it. But then after you go up against God, and then you have to go back to fighting demons, you've already did that. You can't go backwards and expect the show to still flourish. So that's what I think that they did with Stargate. Once they killed off once all of the old and the replicators were all taken care of, it kind of fell off, and they tried to introduce some new characters, and it just was too flat.
Yeah, and one of the worst things they did was they killed off the Asgard.
Yeah, the Asgard was stupid to get rid of them.
Because they're
crazy.
I know, because they're one of the best species out there. But no, something.
Yeah,
yes, do that. God, no.
It was crazy. That was a great show. A great show. Now, every episode wasn't great because they had some of those episodes that kind of went
wacky
side missions that they didn't really stick to the whole Goa'uld theory. But for the most part, the show was a great show. So I love that show. A lot about that show influences my creativity. So all of these types of programming, that stuff I love because it takes my brain to new thought processes. Because the whole concept with the Goa'uld taking over your body and having slaves and them building a whole civilization off of the backs of humans on other planets, all of that stuff was fantastic for me. I love that stuff.
I just realized something. The Asgard were basically the Greys. Remember in the original Stargate movie, they had the alien take over that human body, and he looked like one of the Greys.
Yeah.
One of the reasons they introduced the Asgard was because they wanted to establish why we know about the Greys. And
yeah.
It really irked me when they changed the Goa'uld into snakes, because I always liked the original concept of I know it's a bit magical because usually when an alien, it would have to be like a parasite, like the Goa'uld.
Yeah.
You can't just have a full body alien take over.
Exactly. That's why I liked it when they changed it, because in the movie, just before the bomb blew up and took out Ra, just before Ra got taken out, he transformed back into his alien form. So the whole taking a body kind of seemed a little. If you just burn away your body like that, it just seemed a little bit too out there. So with the introduction of the snakes, and they actually attacking you, and they would hold you down and for the process too. It wasn't like a snake can survive out on its own for long periods of time. It's vulnerable out in the open. So the fact that a Goa'uld would grab you and take you and implant you with these symbiotes was a great concept. I just loved it. It kind of rounded it out for me, because if you really focused on the movie, that was a bit of a hole.
I know.
Left open.
It's basically space magic when they introduced it.
Yeah.
Full body the size of a human and taking over the body. That's basically magic.
You definitely have to tear apart the body in order to do that.
I know. But
basically like a Hellraiser.
I know. I like the idea because I found it so entertaining, but I can see where you're coming from when these little parasites attach themselves to a human body.
Yeah. But it fills the hole. You're not asking any questions.
I know.
If you're not asking questions, that means you're fully into the story. If you're asking questions, why you do that? Why you do that? You're not fully into the story.
I mean, okay, so this alien that's basically the same size as a human is somehow inhabiting that body. What does he do? Did he skin the human?
Exactly. So that's a hole. If you're asking that question, there's a hole.
Now, you can get away with that if you're basically doing science fantasy and stuff like that. Or in real life, we don't know what's really possible for aliens or stuff like that. So maybe there could be in real life something that would do that. But if in real life, okay, he's fully sized as a human and he can take over a human body. Okay, what's the difference between that and, say, a demon? Huh?
Yeah.
Now,
demon is more spiritual.
Yeah, because fill that in. Now the snake thing is good because it fills in the fact this things just wiggle inside of you and take over.
Yeah, and you have to actually pull down his collar to see the wound that the creature makes when it's entering your back. So yeah, this is great. That's why I said it answers, unless you have it at the end of the show, just like they did at the end of the movie, where you're not asking any questions until it's over. Then you can ask all the questions you want. But yeah, so that's why I thought if you're gonna do it like that, they did it right by leaving it to the very end of the movie and then blowing them up. But if you're gonna actually take it into a TV show where you're gonna see them taking over a person's body, then you have to change it. It can't be the same thing.
Because if you introduce the concept that these guys are fully human size, but they take over human bodies, how do they do it?
Exactly. It's too big of a plot hole that making them into those small snakes made it so much easier for the storytelling.
Plus, the fact is, if they can do that, what other things can they're capable of? I mean,
Exactly.
they're breaking scientific law by doing so. They
Exactly.
should
And not make them too powerful. Yeah.
I know. And then the fact if they were that powerful in the show and we still managed to beat them, it would probably break the show even sooner.
Yeah.
You're basically going up against real gods here. I mean, not the fake gods of the Goa'uld pretending to be the technology. If you make them so powerful and we beat them, how did God?
Yeah, I like that, man.
So yeah, I can see the concept of it. But I always liked the original concept from the movie too. But then again, I can see how you wouldn't want to do that in a TV show because it breaks the suspension, disbelief.
10 years when you and that's what those shows are supposed to be about, going into more detail, letting you see the things that the movie doesn't talk about. And when you start breaking down details from episode to episode, that's when you're gonna get lost. How do you explain all of these things? Because not only that, they created the what's the name? Teal'c. Remember Teal'c? Remember they had their security guys, and they carried the Goa'uld in their stomach.
Yeah,
until maturity.
Yeah. And then they find new bodies.
Exactly. Then they have, once they reach maturity, they have to be implanted in a Goa'uld, in a body, in a human body, so that the Goa'uld could become sentient. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everything about it just made sense. It gave anybody who was implanted extended life, extra strength. So that right there alone, I have characters something like that. I have where there are implantations that offer abilities and power to superheroes that I have in some of my.
That's the thing about it. You should go on first before I bring something up.
Yeah, I was almost finished. I was just saying how I have characters that use that same type of concept where you implant whatever it is inside them, and that's where they get all their powers from and abilities. So I have superheroes like that.
I know that is a good idea, but the one thing about superheroes when you bring up that concept is Venom. I always thought Venom was the best concept for symbiote. Yeah. Because it was not only he gives you all these abilities when it combines with your body, like Guyver, basically living armor, but also it becomes more intelligent and more fearsome. Its DNA mixes with a human; it becomes deadlier as it combines with more people. DNA and stuff.
But from the concept that I got, he's looking for a specific type of host that he adapts with to the highest capability.
That's why I always didn't like the concept of the Goa'uld or other symbiotes, because they just take over bodies. I mean, yes, they can give strength, but, well, something like Venom, who can basically adapt and evolve as he combines with his hosts and become deadlier. I always like that idea more than the other things, because the Goa'uld basically are just stationary. They don't become any stronger. But that's also the thing here. That's why you have Venom here.
And the symbiote more or less shares the body.
Yeah.
The Goa'uld, they didn't share nothing. They didn't share anything. They took your body and it was theirs. You just had to sit and ride. You was a backseat driver.
Yeah, I always found that concept a bit boring because I always found the Venom concept so much cooler because you'd become deadlier yourself. You'd become you basically, if you took the Star Trek had a character from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, that character who basically combined with that symbiote.
Yeah.
Basically, their minds become one, and they become far more than they were before. That's the same concept I like with the Venom.
It's quite possible, if I'm not mistaken, the two ideas came out around the same time. Matter of fact, I think the whole Venom thing came out after Stargate, if I'm not mistaken.
1985, when Peter Parker was basically given that black suit, which turned out to be his symbiote.
85.
Secret Wars. It premiered in Secret Wars.
Okay, so I'm going to see when Stargate came out.
1995.
Okay, so then it wasn't. That's the TV show or the movie?
The movie.
The movie is 94, it says here. Yeah, 94, 95. So I guess they did do it first. Yep.
And I always found the concept of Venom so much more entertaining.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Was there a book, a Stargate book, before the movie, or did the movie just?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it was an original movie and stuff.
Yeah, okay. I have no idea. I just know Kurt Russell was in it.
I know. It always explains why the Goa'uld are so much different than the TV show, because they were just coming up with new ideas, and they basically alien. Fine, we'll just give a gray alien.
Not only that, it was on Showtime at first.
Yep.
And then the first season went through, and then I don't know what happened. They didn't want to do it anymore, and then Sci-Fi took it up, and it was the best thing that Sci-Fi ever did.
Mm-hmm. Well, there was Farscape, which was also a very popular show, which is why it
was popular, but I hardly watched it.
I know I know it's popular, but they saw the fact that Stargate was beginning to basically underperform. They said, let's put the Farscape people in there.
Yeah.
My God.
And then again, Farscape only did how many seasons? 3, 4? Yeah. So and Stargate did 10.
Yep.
So 10 and 2 movies.
Yep. And I have to say, they should have not have done that. Farscape characters should have had their own series, and they should not have been basically used to try and bail out a failing series like Stargate. When they could.
I couldn't stand that girl, Claudia Black. I couldn't stand her. I thought she was. I thought she was ugly. I thought she was ugly and skinny, and she was always throwing herself at somebody. I was like, get out of here. Ain't nobody wants you. I just couldn't help it. I'm sorry. I just thought she was so skinny and ugly, man. There was no way nobody wanted to be with her.
You can see that I thought. Well, she was, I think, she was in her late 30s or something.
I don't know. I just thought she had such a gaunt-looking face, and her body was so skinny. And then she'd always talking like she was an expert at everything. And I just didn't like her. I didn't like the character. I didn't like the actress either.
She was playing her character from Farscape in Star.
Yeah.
It was the same character.
Yeah.
All of them, they were just playing their same characters.
I didn't like her.
They got rid of Asgard, who were so entertained just for these guys.
Yeah, I didn't like her. And then she was all put right into the middle of the whole Ori thing, where she was having the baby. She basically became Mary, the Virgin Mary, where she's having the baby of this new god or whatever for the Ori. Oh man, I just really I couldn't get with it.
In the end, they blow up the Ori gods with a bomb.
Did they blow them up? Because I remember the last episode, them being frozen in space. They had stopped time just before the Ori blew up Stargate team, and it turned
I think it was one of the concepts. I think they blew them up, and I didn't see the last episode because the bomb was supposed to annihilate the Ori gods, and basically I tuned out after that. I
don't remember what happened because, like I said, I haven't watched those last 3. The last 2 or 3 seasons with the Ori in it. I tuned out. I got the seasons. I have them downstairs. I was supposed to watch them, but I just can't get around to it.
I just can't. I couldn't bring myself to watch the episodes when I saw they basically were just going to use a bomb.
Yeah.
We're just going to blow them up. That'll end it.
It ended really stupid. It kind of left the whole ending of the show wide open. And then they brought 2 movies to try and close it up. And that didn't work. So I didn't really appreciate how the ending of the show went. I didn't appreciate it.
What they should do is basically do a new Stargate series, basically, and have it time travel in there and basically bring back the Gould and maybe the Asgard. If you're going to screw up anyway, just screw up in a good way and just basically reset time to a point.
I think they're trying to create a new Stargate series.
Yeah. I just don't have much hope for it.
Stargate Universe failed.
Yeah.
And so now they're trying to go back. And I heard they was trying to create a new series.
Yeah.
They should wait a little bit because. Oh, I was just gonna say that Dune's coming out soon, so I think they should wait on bringing it out. But I don't know. That's just my opinion.
I have an idea. For some odd reason, Dune invades the Stargate universe and makes everyone their bitch. That's it's just an idea I just had and stuff.
They were supposed to have a new Stargate command that started in 2018 called Stargate Origins, but I don't think it went through.
Stargate Origins, a prequel series. What could they possibly do with a prequel series?
It's already been done.
Yes.
Why would you even go that far back to try to redo the beginnings to find out what happened before the movie?
I mean, well, in the original Stargate series, they had the original characters. They basically created a different timeline, and those original timeline characters basically went back in time and basically started the uprising that basically drove the Goa'uld off of Earth.
I never saw it. I couldn't get into it. I never watched those shows.
The original characters and stuff. But basically, what had happened was with time travel, they basically created time duplicates of the original characters who went back in time, but also sent something into the future. So the original characters would basically make time duplicates of themselves. So basically, everything would not, have the original characters go back in time originally because there were already characters there from the original timeline.
Wow.
Timeline-y stuff. Basically,
I know they had the Stargate Universe. That's what that was, right?
Well, this was from the original Stargate SG-1 series, but then they came out with Stargate Universe, where it was basically a bunch of characters traveling through different universes. I never watched.
Wasn't they trying to get back home or something like that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. I knew it was something, man. It's been a while since I never watched that one. After the original series, I never watched any of the others.
I have a question.
Yes.
I've only seen the movies, the Stargate movie. And I know that it's linked to Egypt. Do they ever show like the aliens building the pyramids or anything like that? Or did they ever?
They were suggested. It was all suggested because they never went back to ancient Egypt times. They just all was suggested. It was from this alien technology is the reason why. And all of the pyramids were the pyramids were docking stations for the Goa'uld ships. They would land just like how they showed in the movie. They would land on the top of the pyramids, and that's where they docked.
What about the Incan and Mayan? Like, were those also part of it, or was that
no?
Not.
They never
might have. They might have done 1 or 2 episodes. I'm not sure.
But yeah, and it's a big plot hole because the Incan Maya also have their own pyramids. They're different, but they should be able to be compatible on some level.
Yeah, well, they believe in reality and real reality history. They believe that ancient Egyptians traveled by currents to the New World and to the Incan and Mayan cultures and gave them that technology, because original pyramid designs were called that step pyramid, where they kind of had that Mayan design, and they believed that ancient Egyptians handed that off to the Mayans so that they can build it.
Yeah.
That's why they have African heads down in South America and all of that, big, like the Easter Island heads that you see buried in the.
They think that's also part of a different culture too.
Yeah,
native culture. I can't.
They believe it came from Africa, from what I've heard. That Africans traveled over there and carved these, because they look like black people. They got big noses, big lips, and all of that.
There's that too, yeah.
Yeah.
You can also look at it from one way or another. Some of the natives from South America do look like the stones, but I can also see that some people also say they also look more African than native too.
Yeah,
it's sort of like that and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised either way. They could be hybrids or something.
I can't dispute it either way.
The problem is we don't see any head things like that in Africa. We don't. Where did the culture come from that made these heads originally in Africa?
True.
So they're basically South America.
We don't know that. We don't know that because remember, there are a lot of statues in Africa. We don't know if they just did a small version over there. You know, they might have said, "Okay, let's just do the heads. We don't want to build the whole body." So it's possible, and then again, it depends on how you look at it.
But it also could be that they were based on aliens too.
Yeah,
but then again, because they say a lot of the aliens looked like humans, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were aliens that resembled Africans as well as white people or that. I wouldn't be surprised if that. But that brings in the whole fact that maybe humans didn't originally come from Earth, but eventually maybe there was a disaster that made the humans on Earth who. Earth basically regressed to a primitive state, and then these off-world humans basically came in and tried to basically rehabilitate us.
Well, what's one of the alien movies based on that?
Yep.
Yeah,
pretty much.
No. What's it called? Prometheus. Yeah. Where the creature came and he killed himself and fell into the water and created man. Yeah.
Pretty much the same idea, but except I said that would be that the humans here who came from outer space basically regressed to basically being caveman after a disaster, and then the other aliens who were more advanced came in and tried to rehabilitate us.
Yeah. I got stories like that too, where aliens come into Earth and doing things, but I can't really talk on that either. I got a few stories, like I got one where gods come into Earth. These powerful beings come to Earth, and we declare them as being gods, but they're not. And trouble ensues, you can say. I can't go into detail on that either, because that's a good concept too. Totally different. I never heard it before, so that's why I'm going to protect that one. I've never heard the concept before, so I'm not going to let that slip out. I can talk about a lot of these other stories, but there's some stories I got to keep hush until I can get a chance to either write them or draw them or something. Yeah. Like I said, one of these days I'm going to get all my stories out there. Just if people can be patient with me, because I know it's going to take a lot. I got to get these ideas out there. That's why I got to try and find me some artists who want to collaborate and who are willing to wait on the money for the campaign to go through. Once I get the first campaign through, and if I make a decent amount of money, then I can do like Zach and hire a couple of artists and keep them on the payroll. But right now, I can't do that up front. I can't pay $3,000 and $4,000 for an artist.
Yeah. Narwhal was talking about something on his stream today about.
I was watching. What it's
called.
He was doing they was doing some brainstorming on Naked Samurai.
Yeah.
I was trying to get in here. I was eating. I didn't want to come in here starving like I've been doing. So I ate, and I kind of came upstairs, and I thought I was going to be able to get in and ask some questions. But as soon as I turned on my computer, and because I was watching it on my TV, and when I came up to watch on the computer so that I can type into the chat, he was already off. So I said, daggone, I just wait for my stream to start. And so that was like about a half an hour before my stream started.
Yeah.
He
You're
just-
talking about writing for Dynamite, like writing free stories.
Yeah, I'm not trying to write for nobody. I
No.
tell you the truth, fuck Dynamite. I'm sorry with the language, but the hell with them. Wasn't Dynamite the one that's saying that they won't sell Comicsgate books? So why
No,
should we
that
help them now?
That was what was
Anarch-
that?
Anarctic
Yeah.
Press.
Yes.
That's only because the owner, well, the guy who's basically
No,
at war with Richard Mayer, Zach. Yeah,
yeah, Myers, yeah,
He owns, that Mark Wade.
yeah.
Basically, he partially owns Antarctic Press, and he basically said, no, we're not doing that, even though the other guys were all cool with
Yeah,
it.
but I could have sworn that one of them did either Zach or one of them did some kind of video where they was talking about how, I know Zach did a video on how comic shops were saying we'll never sell Comicsgate books.
Some
But
of the
I'm
shops
pretty-
said they
yeah,
were.
I'm not saying all of them because I think I even said that on Twitter. There's some shops that said they would never buy or carry Comicsgate books, and I said that I don't feel sorry for them. Now that you say that Comicsgate books are selling, and you're looking for product to sell, and you're turning down product. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter where the product come from. If people are willing to buy it, then you should be willing to sell it.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
and now look at them. They're all starving, talking about pencils down and everything, and they're hungry and looking for handouts from people. I understand, but I don't agree with your and these are the same people who think that I should be on their side because
Yeah.
I'm a Democrat. And I voted as Democrat in past years, but no, I don't feel that way because you're wrong. I don't believe in being wrong and right at the same time. You either wrong or you're right. There's no straddling that fence in my book. You either wrong or you're right. And in this case, the comic book pros are wrong.
Yeah.
You cannot force your political views and your ideologies on people. This is a visual medium, and your job is to write a good story with good art and put it out for people to consume, and that's it. If you want to go on Twitter and talk crap, hey, have at it. But it should not be in comic books. Period. That's it. Now you could have your, just like how Stan Lee said, you could put it in there in a background, in a subplot or something like that. But to have it in there in people's faces and then telling the people when they complain that we're not writing it for you because you're an old white man, or come on, this is ridiculous. I've never seen hatred publicized in such a manner and then told just because you don't agree with it that you're full of hate. But only hate that's being spewed is by the comic book creators and all of these SJWs. That's the only hate I see. I don't see hate from the Republicans and from the people that they're calling Nazis. I'm seeing people defend themselves and say, hey, we just don't want this in our books. That's all I see. All I see is people with green eyes. That's what I say. People with green eyes. We just happen to have green eyes. We just happen to have the same opinion. We come from different walks of life, different backgrounds. We just happen to have the same opinions. We just happen to have green eyes, and we looked over and say, hey, that guy's got green eyes too. This guy's got green eyes too. Hey, why don't we get together? That's all this is. That's all Comicsgate is. People with green eyes. We're not no nefarious group of people trying to destroy anyone. We just want to make our books and sell our books to people who believe the same way that we do. We don't want that crap in our books. That's it. That's why I can sit up here and say, yeah, I'm Comicsgate. Comicsgate is me, because I'm a creator, I'm a writer, I'm an artist, and I want my books to be out there, but I don't want to chase people away. I know where I am and and what planet I'm on and what society I live in, and I know that people don't want that crap in their books because I'm one of them. And that's all there's to it. So, yeah. So let's see. It's 2:10. 2:10. We've been doing this 2 hours and 10 minutes. So let's get back into some story writing. Because
All right.
I want to. Yes.
Has Chris seen your bounty hunters?
What?
Have you seen the bounty hunter designs that X put together?
Yeah. Did you see my characters for the bounty hunters? The
Ah,
ferret?
I did not. I would like to see them.
Okay. Yes. Here they go. You want to see them? Here they go. Where is it? Pull that up, baby. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of this manipulations and pull up. This is the original drawing of the ferret character. The characters behind them are basically just thrown in there, but this is mainly, I drew this for Ferret.
This looks nice. Very original looking. Very alien.
And I drew this back in the 90s. And this is all, if you can see the border, that's all cardboard signs. Those are signs from the inside of the bus. I took down, folded them in half, exposed the back part so that I could draw on them. So all of that's where I get my drawing paper from back in the day. I would take the signs off of the buses, and or I was supposed to be putting the signs on the buses, and if there was any extra stuff in the locker, I would take them, fold them in half, put the white sides facing each other so that the black ink from the sign wouldn't rub off on the white side, and then I would draw one coming back and forth to work. So this is the old version, and this was the updated, what I was working on. The guy with the horns is a little bit smaller. I was going to make him more muscular and broader, but I wanted Ferret to be the tallest guy on the team. More prominent. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
Actually, this was good artwork. I'm impressed.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't really get that type of feedback. I rarely do because I don't show my work to too many people. I've been drawing for years, and I've been doing it mostly for myself.
Okay, so are they like mutants or are they aliens?
Yeah, what I was telling Hoff's Rebel when we first came in, that if we don't come up with some new ideas, that I already introduced this guy on Story Time, and I also came up with a concept because Gargoyle wanted to create a whole world of just different type of animal-like creatures. And I told him we could do that, but that's going to take a lot longer because you're going to have to create the whole lore and the backstory and the history and all of that. But with this, I could just create a group, and the group, they're anti-terrorist group. And what happened was they went to take out a cell of terrorists who were creating this chemical agent to degenerate people into animalistic forms. And when they got there, they had a firefight and maybe bad guys running in every direction. And they get into the laboratory and they decide, instead of trying to hold it for their government to come in, analyze it, and possibly weaponize it for themselves, they would get rid of it so that nobody would have it. And in destroying it, they expose themselves, some terrorists, and a large group of people from the surrounding countryside to this gas that slowly transforms them into these animal forms. And that's why I changed the name from Bounty Hunter to Bound T, because they're bound to correcting the mistake that they made. And the T part would have something to do with their name as a group, the Bounty Initiative. And so they're Bounty Hunters. And maybe the T stands for transformation or whatever. So because they have to hunt down these creatures who are slowly becoming more animalistic, more brutal, more savage. And some of them are regular humans and some of them are terrorists who are getting more savage, more brutal, and more terroristic. They're acting out more and becoming more savage, and they want to stay this way, but they want to like stabilize the conditions so that they're not degenerating into more brutish, unthinking creatures.
Yeah,
and
that's why I was thinking too, that they ultimately just, the problem will somewhat solve itself, because if these terrorists basically degenerate into the IQ of animals, you can easily contain them then. Well, somewhat contain them. They'd be animals and their minds would be gone. So you could prison them easier.
Yeah. But they're trying to find a cure or something to stabilize themselves. And on top of it, these guys are hunting them down as well as innocents. And they're staying like this because they're getting stronger, and it would staying in this form helps them to fight the other the bad guys who are transforming. And they take a serum that helps maintain their mental state. And I'm thinking of changing the Eagle character into a female and adding a couple of humans to the team to help, like to have a serum for if they start losing control, they can hit them with a serum and kind of bring them back to their mental state. So that's what I was working with. So that's like the basis of the story. So we can add to that. And like I said, if we can't come up with something fresh that we all create together, we can. I started with a jump off that we can begin with and work from there.
Cool. I have some ideas for the ferret character.
Okay.
I was thinking it'd be cool to have the ferret have those pistol holsters that go on your shoulders, or like the undercover cops wear, or plainclothes cops. It kind of fits with his long torso, kind of accents.
Yeah, I was thinking of having all kinds of things hanging off of his body. He's gonna have like knives. I like these types of knives that hold on, let me turn this to the pen. Has kind of knives sticking off his back like this, and maybe a gun holster under here and a gun holster under here, and other stuff over on here, stuff on his legs. So he's gonna be all kinds of things, and he's gonna have like a flak jacket, because Gargoyle had suggested some kind of a vest that he was wearing, that he had guns and stuff like that. So that's what I was putting in some of the lines in there to add that to his repertoire. But I wanted to do it on story time. Otherwise, I could have finished this during the week. So I drew this on story time. So I wanted to create it and finish it on Storytime, or do special Storytime videos where I would finish the drawings and the concept art. But I didn't get all of the concepts yet. I wanted it to be a collaborative experience, so that's why I haven't finished any of the pencils. I wanted to get everything that Gargoyle was saying and write it down so that I have everything to work from. And that's how I want to do it for Storytime. We'll come up with ideas and I'll draw the characters. We'll help character concept ideas. Everybody will be able to contribute, and I'll draw things up. And from there, we'll have our character designs, we'll have our story, and then we could just hire a artist to do the work, do the story, do all the panel work, and go from there.
Sounds like fun.
Yep.
Oh, also, I was thinking for the ferret, to have him like crawl through ventilation ducts and plant explosives, and then like, or maybe have like those strings attached to grenades, like the Joker did in Dark Knight.
Okay.
And like set up like tripwires and all kinds of crazy little. Because don't ferrets kind of burrow around?
You was asking me that before. I have to research that, because only thing that I looked up as far as ferrets was the dictionary explanation, and it just said they were relentless. They didn't give up on their hunt. They were relentless when it came to hunting. That's why I made them a bounty hunter in the first place, because of the dictionary explanation for how a ferret was relentless while hunting. And so but I do have to do some more research to figure out, even though he's a human, he's not an animal who was made human. He's a human made animal. So he would be operating from a man's point of view. And but the long body that's why I wanted him to be streamlined, slim. Maybe it might be easier for him to like get into tight spaces, because of his body is really what do you call malleable. He can move it in ways that a normal body can't. He could probably turn his whole top half of his body around to where he's facing backwards, because he has so many vertebrae that he can rotate his pecs around to the back. So I never really considered that, but I was thinking of it when I, like in this drawing, he's turned a little. He's twisted. His legs are facing this way, but his upper body is twisted towards his left, our right. But imagine him keep twisting because he got all of that abdominal that makes him able to twist that much more.
There's also like their sense of smell, or certain animals have smell,
heightened senses. Yeah, I figured he's gonna have heightened senses, keen smell, and then the guns will come in for fighting. So this is more or less character, because most of my superhero characters got some kind of ability, but for most part they just mutants with guns and stuff like that, different types of guns and weaponry and that type of thing.
And are they like top secret, like?
Yeah.
Or does the public know about?
Well,
them?
They're gonna be running around in the streets, so yeah, they will be seeing these creatures running around. So I guess they'll have to have some kind of that's a good thing that we have to think about. do we want it to be a public thing? And if it's not public and they're fighting out in public, we don't have a neuralizer like in a Men in Black. So
yeah,
that's why it'd probably be a little bit easier to just have them. Everybody knows about what happened, and it'd probably be easier to have it. Yeah, the world knows, and they're an organization, but they're not that secret. Maybe on all the details are kept secret, and how they operate and all of the financial stuff like that might be secret. But as far as a group, yeah, they'd probably be well known, pretty much. At least spoken of in some aspects or another towards the public.
You know, some animals have natural predators and prey, like the snake and the mongoose.
Yeah.
There could be those kind of dynamics in the group or with the heroes and villains.
So
I don't really know.
Yeah, you're right. I have to look up natural enemies of the ferret, and that's a very good concept. Like I said, I drew it and I put it there. When I showed Gargoyle, that was the first time I really considered the story behind the character in 20 years. So all of this is good and new, and this is what story time is for. New ideas, a new fresh idea that we can put out there, and so anything you want to come up with, we can write it down, and that's why I put this here, so we can write down that. We can write down that ferret needs natural enemies. Let's get rid of that and go back. Okay.
Hey guys, when I'm not going to leave just yet, but when I reach about 2 hours, I'm going to get off the stream. Okay.
Okay.
I need to go, but I'm not going to leave just yet. I'm just want you to know, mainly because I'm going to have my own live stream at 6 o'clock. So anyone watching this, please tune into that on my YouTube channel. Read comics; they're bad for you. In fact, subscribe as well.
Yeah. Read. I was looking for you, but I don't know if you. I didn't remember you giving. I think you did put it somewhere in the chat or something like that. So yeah, you say comics are bad for you. That's the name of your channel.
Comics, they're bad for you.
Okay. I'm gonna make sure, because I was looking it up when you was talking about that 5 o'clock stream the other day, and I couldn't find your name, Chris Williams, anywhere. So I was like, daggone, what was his channel name? And so I'll look it up, and I'm going to subscribe. And if you send me a link, if I'm not doing anything, I'll be up in there with you.
I know. Thank you for that indemnus monstrosity.
Yep. So, yeah. Matter of fact, I can do that now.
Chris, I think you have to do a bit, do some more. What I'm trying to say, do some more news topics. I like your takes on all the different news stories that pop up.
Yeah, I know. Cool. I found them a bit depressing though, but I probably will have them in my live stream eventually, just because I'm doing live streams now, so I might as well look over some news stories when we get to it. You know, Amber Heard, you guess what? She's basically been fired, if you haven't heard from Aquaman, and apparently Johnny Depp has got his job back in the new as Jack Sparrow in the new Pirates of the Caribbean movie. And because of all the hype surrounding him, this movie probably will make a lot more money than the last one.
Oh, okay. Well, he deserves it, because they cut him out of a movie or a movie.
They cut him out of Pirates of the Caribbean, but it looks like he'll be in it now.
Well, that's good, because I heard he was kind of a little bit desperate for money. He had been spending his cash kind of willy-nilly.
Well, spending his cash willy-nilly because he's in the middle of a lawsuit with Amber Heard, and he had to sell his mother's own property, well, the house he had bought for her.
Yeah.
break even and basically keep fighting against Amber Heard and her insults.
But I had heard on the E Network, I think it was, because they had a report on how Nicolas Cage was in trouble with spending, and Johnny Depp was in trouble with spending, and a few dudes was in trouble with their money spending.
Nicolas Cage made a bunch of bad movies. Plus, he basically became addicted to spending money because
buying yachts and all kinds of shit.
No, the worst thing he did was he bought a dinosaur skull, an actual dinosaur skull.
People are crazy.
And he bought something that was basically $25 or $50 million.
Man, why would you need some crap like that for?
He probably wanted to sleep with it.
Oh man, he lost his mind.
Yeah.
He stopped making decent movies years ago, and now you spending your money like it's raining money in your on your property.
And he didn't just spend it on little things; he bought big things.
Yeah, these super big yachts. He was talking about how he was buying these super huge yachts and all kinds of things. I was like, wow, these people, him, Tom Cruise, all of these guys, they had a whole series on how these mega rich actors are losing their money from spending like the money wasn't going to keep coming in. So, we're going to have natural enemies for Ferret. We're gonna have a natural enemy. We have to think about for Ferret.
Yeah. Now, Nicolas Cage probably bought that dinosaur skull because he was probably not going to. He was probably wanting it, so talk to it like, Gollum in the One Ring.
Yeah.
My precious.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Kylo Ren and Darth Vader. Darth Vader's helmet in the Star Wars. Yeah. I
know if I had money, I would buy stuff. I would buy some frivolous things, but because I have swords and stuff, I got the William Wallace Braveheart sword. I got one of those, and I have the Conan the Barbarian 2 sword. I got a few different swords. They're strictly for decorative purposes, but so I know I could buy some frivolous things that I don't need, but dinosaur skull, I would probably spend more money on old muscle cars and stuff like that than a dinosaur skull. Things like that don't interest me. I'd probably spend money on old comic books and muscle cars and a big house. If I had millions of dollars, that'd probably be it. But I guess when you got hundreds of millions and you think it's never going to end, I guess you go a little bit crazy.
By the way, do you think that if Nicolas Cage worked with the Coen brothers again, do you think that would save his career? Or because he was
I don't know, man.
Have you heard about his recent movies? Nicolas Cage this year I should say, he made a new movie where it was basically The Color Out of Space. You know, the H.P. Lovecraft story?
Yeah.
Basically, a new version of that movie you can currently rent. Last year he was in another horror movie, Mom and Dad. It was basically what would happen if all the parents in the world were basically got a zombie virus that made them attack their own children.
He's getting old looking.
Yeah.
And he's not looking like a leading actor. Matter of fact, I tell you the truth, I didn't like him in the last Ghost Rider. I thought he was too old for the part to be playing Johnny Cage. I thought he was way over the top with his screaming and whatever that acting he called himself doing when Ghost Rider was supposed to be a little bit getting enraged or whatever it was. I thought he took it way too far. I didn't like his acting in there at all. So I haven't seen something decent from him since
National Treasure 2, huh?
National Treasure. That's the last thing that I liked was National Treasure.
Well, guess what? Disney is in the coming years going to make a new National Treasure starring Nick Cage.
That would
as
be
well.
his best move. That would be his best move because he looks nerdy. He looks nerdy now. He don't look like Con Air. He don't look like that dude from Con Air. So Con Air was one of his best movies, I have to say.
Yeah.
So
and they're going to make a third one and a fourth National Treasure movie.
yeah, well,
probably because they want to set up a new one to take over for Nicolas Cage, but they're making a third one with him and a fourth one with him, or that's if they want to keep this franchise going. But then again, well, not everything has to be a franchise, but with what Disney is now going through with the coronavirus basically shutting down their theme parks and they're starting to bomb, they're looking to make money any way they can as well.
With the illy ill, we call it the illy ill here because we don't want to get our channel shut down.
Got it. Yeah, I said it. Oh, got it.
Yeah, because I heard that a lot of people been having trouble talking about that illy ill virus. So we don't talk. Yeah, there are a lot of people come up with their own names, so that's mine. So the world is crazy now, man. I'm telling you, I never thought that I would live to see the things that I'm seeing in these times. I never thought I would live to see it.
Yep.
Viruses and people are shut down and shut in their homes and curfews, and I never thought. I've lived through blackouts, I've lived through hurricanes, I've lived through all types of things, but those are like typical things, the things people expected from time to time. I don't even know what it's like to live through a tornado, something like that, which is a devastating natural phenomena. It bounces around, touches one home, blows it up, and won't and leave the other houses around it fully intact. So witnessing something like that and hearing the roaring winds and all of that has got to be astounding. And I've never seen anything like that. But driving down south, I witnessed the devastation, the after effects, and that was enough to make me go, wow, I never want to ever live in a tornado alley region. And so thinking of things like coronaviruses and the devastation that could possibly come from the illy ill. Sorry about that. The illy ill and what could have been the devastation if it was as bad as what they were really making it out to be. And because really, to me, it seems like it's really just a bad cold. And they're really inflating it to be a lot more than what it is. I understand people can die older and really young, compromised respiratory systems, stuff like that. But people die. This is a natural state of being, is people dying. Life is about death, because anything and everything before mankind took himself out of the wilderness, everything and anything was out to hunt you down and kill you. If you was running through the forest and you cut your arm on a branch, it could cause you to die. So everything was always out there trying to kill mankind. It's just that we removed ourselves from those conditions, and now we expect that we should have these long lives and living happily, when life never promised you happiness. It never, ever did. And that's a reality that I live with. I don't promise myself happiness. So when bad things happen, okay, it happened. I brush it off. I got to keep moving. A lot of people suffer through anxieties and all types of mental stresses. I can't comprehend those things because in my lifetime, I've witnessed so many horrific events and things that people never consider in their lifetimes that, okay, it happened. It's time to move on. So for me, it's just another aspect of my story writing. They say that people need to suffer to become great creators. Well, I think I don't know about suffering, but I know that I've experienced a lot of things. And all those things just help me to build better stories in my way of thinking, because I have those conflicts to draw from.
Mhm.
Conflicts, those bad feelings, those knowing death is coming for you and living, things like that, or being put in a situation where you might not walk out of. I've been in those situations. I walked into buildings and not know I was going to walk out of them just because of the things that I chose to do. I don't have any regrets. I don't have anything that I could say, wow, I would change in life, except for maybe having children. I really would have liked to pass down some of my artistic creativity. I tried to do that to some of my nephews and my niece, but they didn't want to learn what I was passing down. So, okay, I'll take it with me, or I'll pass it out to the world.
They might change their mind once they see your comic.
Yeah.
Once
Well,
they have
no, that won't change their mind. You know what would change their mind? If I have a campaign like Zach or like EVS, where I can pull in 200 grand or 100 grand, 150 grand like Cecil. If I could pull in 130 grand like Golden Raging Golden Eagle, if I could pull in that type of a profit margin for my first endeavor, oh hell yeah! I'll make sure they know that they see it. Like, yeah, bitches. Look at your Uncle Joe now.
And the best part is it doesn't have to happen just once. Once you get established in a comic book, people
exactly
will want more.
Exactly. And that's why I'm doing this. I'm not a public person. I'm not. If you met me on the street, you would think of me as a very bad person because I walk around with a mean mug on my face with an attitude like, yeah, fuck with me and you willing to die. Fuck with me if you willing to die. That's what type of person I walk around as. I walk around with an intimidating look on my face, and I try to intimidate people just so that people would leave me alone. I come from a world where people challenge you just to test you to see if you're somebody who can be taken advantage of. That's the type of world I came from. You know, people test you all the time. You know, people tell jokes just to see if you're a punk. If you're willing to sit there and eat it, then you can be considered weak and they will come after you. We used to wear gold on our necks, big lump jewelry on our neck, and dare people to come after us, you know, because that was the mentality that you had. Yeah, come get this, and you were ready to go. If you ready, you got to bring ass to get ass. Come on. That's the mentality that I grew up with. So coming back and saying, okay, I lived that life. Now I want to be the nerd that I grew up as and just draw my comics and make my stories. This is what I don't want. You know, I want to be an old man drawing comic books and just being a normal nerd. You know, I don't want to be that guy no more. But I know that if it becomes necessary, I still exercise, I still work out, And I even took a couple of lumps not too long ago, but it was necessary, in my opinion, to keep this person out of my home. So I
That
told him,
jewelry.
yeah,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah.
Oh,
So you saw the video.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask about that. The big gold chains are called truck jewelry.
Yeah.
What is it?
Big truck.
How that? Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead. You asked the question.
Well, where does that come from? Where's that?
The
Why is it called,
mentality of it.
or just the name? Just that name, truck jewelry.
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. We make up stuff all the time, man. That's just the culture. We just made up stuff all the time. Like you might hear me say moist a lot, and you might even hear me say that I created that back in the 90s. And I, as far as I know, I did. I was back. People would crack jokes on you all the time. We call it the dozens, where a bunch of brothers get together and start finding anything about you to pick at. We start telling jokes, and if you couldn't hang, you might not get beat up or nothing like that, but we all know that you was the target. And so you had to know how to tell jokes in order to survive and keep people off your back. And that's what I would do. I would go home and I would make up stuff so that for the next time somebody came at me, I would have stuff already prepared. And there would usually be one or two dudes who would always try to test you. And so that's the dude that I would focus on. I would have a long list of jokes that I would just, as soon as he would start, I would just wait and lay for this guy. And as soon as he would start, I'd just hit him with everything. So guys would say, guys, we'd be out on the corner hanging out, doing whatever we was doing, and young people would come up to us, young kids would come up to us like, yo, man, we want to be just like you. Like, get your little ass home and learn something, boy. You don't want to be out here. So you hear them come up there talking about how tough they was, and they wanted to, and you could see that they don't know what they're talking about. So I had went home and I was talking about telling myself how, yeah, well, he's young. He just dropped out of his mother's womb. These are old terminologies. He just dropped out of his mother's womb. He's wet behind the ears. He's moist. And that's where it came from. He's moist. He's weak. He's soft. He don't know what he's talking about. So and then this was back in the 90s, and then recently this comedian named, I shouldn't blow him up, but he's a famous guy. His name is Ari Spears, a black comedian, one of the only comedians that really makes me laugh these days. Him and I watched Howie Mandel. He had me crying in his most recent comedy sketch, and he was on this dude Patrice. Was it Patrice something? Patrice O'Neal or somebody like that. He was on one of these guys' podcasts, and he was drinking, and he got himself a little mouthy. And one of the dudes didn't like what he was saying. And when a dude pushes his seat back from you and say, yeah, what? And you keep talking, you're going to get rained on. And that's what happened. The homeboy stood up and started raining punches on him. And he just sat there and covered his head and took it. And the next day, the guy said, if you're going to come in here and you're going to be moist, I said, what? Yo, I invented that word back in the 90s. That's mine. So when he said that, I revitalized the word and started saying moist. That's why I put it in everything now. I started putting it in all my videos. I think in Angels with Dirty Faces, I put in the title, not for the moist at heart. So that's where that came from. We make up stuff all the time. That's why I don't understand a lot of these younger kids that say, hey, they don't do it anymore. They basically recycling everything instead of making up new stuff. But that's what we did back in the day. We used to make up stuff all the time. So things like truck jewelry and fat booties, fat meaning pretty hot and tempting.
Yeah.
PHAT, fat. All of that stuff is just cleverness. People with clever brains coming up with ideas and putting it out there. And then it would catch on and pass around. That's all that is. Big doo-doo truck jewelry. That's what we used to call it. Big doo-doo shit. You had big stuff. We call it doo-doo. That's big doo-doo. So yeah, we had all kinds of terminology. There's a lot of stuff that I don't even remember. So
I like that the classic terminology from like the 80s. I like it more than the newer stuff.
me too. Because a lot of it, like lit, when you was lit, it meant you was high. Oh man, I was so lit back then. Oh man, last night I was lit. But now it means it's great. Oh man, that's lit. It's good. It's like saying it's hot. Or it's the fatness, the hotness.
Yeah.
I noticed EVS said the hotness the other day on the stream after I said Mandy on Twitter had shown some John Malin work. And I was like, damn, that shit is the hotness. And everybody was like, yeah, we like that. And then the next day, EVS said, yeah, this is the hotness. So I don't know if he got it from if he was already using that or if he got it from me. But I like to think that he got it from me. But it's been out there for a long time. So it's possible that he just heard it and decided to use it. So
Yeah.
I don't begrudge anybody anything. It's just I like to know that I like to see the relevance. I like to see that the old slang coming back.
Me too. Yeah, truck jewelry is my favorite term.
Yeah, they don't wear that no more.
No, it's probably because it's heavy. That's my guess.
That stuff was hollow. A lot of that stuff was hollow.
Really?
It made it in the way, yeah. A lot of that was hollow, man. You know how much something that big would cost? In gold, even in 18 karat gold, that's a lot of money. Maybe the guys who actually had that kind of money, like the Jay-Z's, maybe they can have the solid gold, but the dudes on the street, no, that was all hollow. He was only perpetrating a fraud. That's what you call boy sucker MC perpetrating a fraud. That's some old Run DMC stuff.
Yeah, Rockbox.
Yeah, there you go. You the man. Yeah. So,
but yeah, I love the classic slang. Needs to come back more. I'm not really into what is it, on fleek? I don't know what that means.
I have no idea. I do. That one is over my head. There's a lot of stuff that back in the days when people came up with new slang, it was so catchy, we couldn't wait to use it. Nowadays, I'm like, what? Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to use that one. I think I'll use this old one. And I start rummaging through all of the old slang that I used to, the file cabinets in my brain, and just trying to find some old stuff and try to reuse it. So yeah, man. I tried. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. I've been running my mouth. I'm trying to give other people a chance.
I was going to change the subject, so if you have more to say on it, you can.
No. Go ahead.
I was going to talk about the bounty hunters. About we mentioned before that we weren't sure if they're going to be like a secret group or if they're going to be publicly known.
Oh yeah. I figured they was going to be public because Because I think that it would be too difficult, because imagine these guys are going to be getting into some serious battles and probably on street level. And how do you cover that up? Especially in this day and age with everybody's got a phone, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Country Boy Ray says, my homie, what's up? What up? Do you any of you know Country Boy Ray? I'm not sure I've met Country Boy Ray, but if you're talking to me, what up, homeboy?
I've never seen him before.
Okay, so
cool name though. Cool avatar. Cool name.
Yeah, cool avatar, cool name. So I don't know if he's just hollering back at the slang talk or if he knows somebody. So either way, what's up? Welcome to Story Time, and please like or subscribe and like and subscribe to the channel, because we definitely oh, my boy, this is my boy Viper from Metal Warfare, Modern Warfare. This is one of the dudes that I was talking about last week when I thought you came on the stream, Chris. Remember I said Chris was one of the dudes that I hang out with and play Modern Warfare with. Well, this is the other guy that I play Modern Warfare with. He decided to come in and say, "What's up? What's up, homie?" COD Viper, that's my boy. We be spending hours. Matter of fact, before I early this morning around 3 o'clock in the morning, I was on there playing. I was playing until about 5, 6 o'clock, and then I got off and ate some breakfast, knocked out for an hour or two, and then got up for story time. So this is my homeboy. Yeah, homeboy. I'm gonna check you a little later after the stream, man. We gonna go back in there and get our money from them fools. Yeah, that's my boy. Game. Yeah. I got the free download, Warzone. I'm thinking about getting the whole game, but I got the Warzone free download right now. And we go on there and we just go in there in the sandbox and run around killing everybody and collecting large lumps of cash. Oh, y'all just got off? He said we just got off. So I'll catch up with you later, man. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll be back down there. You know how we do. So yeah, man. That's the first time one of my homeboys from the live stream, from the video gaming came through here. Hopefully we get some more. Build this. Oh yeah, you can subscribe and you already subscribed, but like the video, man. So yeah. So what was he talking about? He got me all happy and shit. So
well, it's kind of relates to the story because the tactical, some of that tactical action, they're gonna have firearms, these bounty hunters.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be a government organization to round up because they started off as a anti-terrorist group, but we're definitely gonna have it to where it's gonna be government involvement. They're gonna have different tracking types of probably have tracking devices. Hey, maybe even have some way of telling the thing that how will they be tracking these guys, whether it be sight, will they be using intel from people seeing them in the street, or will they have some kind of tracking device or something like that? You're gonna have to think about all of this type of things. What part of the region of the world are we going to be global, different parts of the world, or is it just going to be in the United States? All types of things we can. This is what things that we're going to have to work on.
Mhm.
Will we be global? Global or local? Global or local? How are brutes tracked? And let me see. Weaponry. I know that's wrong. Somewhere. I think there's an A in there somewhere. Weaponry. I think there's an A in there somewhere. Behind the N. Weaponry. It might be right. Weaponry. And let me see. We're gonna need weapons. I'm gonna have to design weapons. We're gonna have to design terrorist activity. Terrorist activities.
What if they were animal rights terrorists, like animal?
You mean
like PETA,
eco terrorists?
Yeah. That'd be
Well,
kind of ironic or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we could put that in there. We can eco terrorists.
Because maybe they're trying to. Maybe the lab that has the accident was testing on animals, and they were. Wait,
that's a very good tie-in. As a matter of fact, I like that. Eco terrorists would even explain why they wanted to devolve people into these animalistic forms, because they're eco terrorists and they want you all to see what it feels like to be treated like an animal. So that explains a lot too. I like that idea. Matter of fact, we're gonna double underline. So, eco terrorists, and yeah, I like that. Maybe have in other ways we can also have outer governmental involvement. Involvement. Meaning Russia or any other type of government can be helping them. Have them helping them, or helping to stabilize, and you can have all kinds of things put in here. Help them grow their, help them stabilize their conditions so that they can help them with committing acts that they need done. And so we can have different types of organizations and different types of governmental groups from foreign countries or whatever, trying to help these terrorists achieve their goals in order to achieve, so these foreign governments could destabilize the US or whatever. So we can have a lot of that type of things in there. Um, and then we have to have some kind of maybe some kind of treatment centers or a treatment center for those that they save who are innocent. You have to have something for the innocent. Centers or organizations. I know that's spelled backwards there. ER instead of RE. But I've seen it spelled like that some places. Treatment centers for innocence. Innocence. I think it's 2 N's. Sense. Innocent brutes. Innocent brutes. The ones that just got caught in the dispersal.
Yeah. Collateral damage.
Collateral damage, yes. Collateral brutes.
And maybe the good guys have to catch the bad guys alive so that they can test out the remedy on the bad guys. And if it works on the bad guys, they can use it on the civilians.
Our good guys are also exposed, so they can test. Well, you might not want to risk them, but they're going to be the first ones that you might want to help too. So we have that. Let me get another page started. And let me see. And let me see. Okay. We already know that they're degenerating into once they get past a certain point, there's no helping them. So do they put them down or do they lock them up?
I'd say lock them up. Maybe I'm just being kind here. You'd always give them an island where they could roam around as animals.
Such is true. Such is true. So all of these things, we have to consider that. Okay. Lock up or put them down. Put down uncurables. Uncurable. Lock down the uncurables. Put them down or lock them down. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to have to give them names. I'm going to have to come up with names for them because they was once human. So no matter what their classification names are, they're going to have their identity. So I'm going to have to come up with names. And families and types of relationships and all of that. And branch of government. Gonna have to come up with the branch of government that's gonna handle this. responsible. And what else? Meow.
For
Come
the
up with-
names,
Excuse me?
the names of the characters,
Yeah.
do you want to have them be like kind of like almost like a pun, or do you want to be like more serious? Like have the ferret be named Ferris, like John Ferris or something like that, or do you want to be more of a serious tone, like where it's not?
Yeah, I would rather keep it a little bit more serious tone. We can have as many jokes in the book as we want, but I don't want it to feel corny. Like,
Right.
why would he turn into, then I might have to explain why he's turned into a ferret and then his name is Ferris. The correlation is too close. I don't know. I'm just, that's just how my mind works.
Right.
It might work for other people, and I don't mind going that way if like I said, it's not just about me, it's about us. So if we want to take it that way, we can take it that way.
Okay. Yeah, if they come with like a perfect one, then we can go with it, but
Yeah.
not force it though.
Yeah.
Because
Ferris, because look at Ferris the ferret. It sounds really funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, it depends on how you want to run the story. If we're gonna run it as a serious government operation and have an anti-terrorist and all of that stuff, yeah, we can. But it's gonna take away from the seriousness of the story a little. But then again, I've seen funny books handle serious topics too. So it depends on how you handle the story.
Yeah. I guess
So,
it's something to think about.
Yeah. I'm not closing the possibility. Like I said, I have plenty of other stories that I can take full charge of and do exactly what I want. This is for the goddom, and y'all are the goddom. So if the goddom wants it, the goddom gets it.
Yes. Amen.
Praise.
Hail Comics Gate.
Hail
Yes.
Comic Gate.
Yeah.
So okay, you're gonna come up with families because maybe they're gonna have to deal with the ramifications of whatever happened to their family members too. So all of that has to be involved in it. And in this next week, I'm gonna be fleshing out some of these ideas. And you guys could think of some of these ideas too and see what y'all could come up with. And that way, next time we come together, we'll all have something to contribute and it'll help build a story. That's how Narwhal and I think his name was Nate was doing it in his stream. A few hours ago. They was basically just had the two of them in there, and they was just spitting out ideas, jotting down different things. And I wanted to get in there and ask some questions because I really wanted to know why his naked samurai was naked, and I really wanted to know why the dynamic between the armored samurai and the naked samurai. I really wanted to know the conflict between them. I came in late and I didn't get to hear all of that good stuff. So I was trying to get up here fast enough so that I can ask those questions, but it was too late. So the next time I'm going to have to catch up with Narwhal and find out. I wanted to invite him to the stream. I was going to say, hey man, story time is next. In a couple of minutes, man, come over. I want to ask some questions, but like I said, I didn't get there in time. So next time I'll ask him. I'll get there early, ask him. So, yeah, I'll do that. I definitely want to figure out those. I wanted to ask the dynamic because he's breaking down all of these little details, the different relationships and the village that the naked samurai was working he was working for the leader of that village, and they were supposed to be having a group of the lieutenants come over and get in trouble in this village and get arrested, and then the armored samurai was supposed to come and threaten the village to release his people, and so he was working the whole story idea, and that's why this is why I was showing you all and that was a topic that I got off of last week. I didn't show you the end of let's see how much time we have left. I know you're gonna be leaving soon.
Yeah.
3 o'clock. Yeah, we only got 45 minutes left. I'm gonna get off at 4 o'clock. I mean 4 hours exactly. And this time. Yeah, maybe I'll be able to pull up the rest of that video. I wanted to show how, I don't know if y'all watched the Dan Wells video. It was only five videos. All of them were 9 minutes about and change. And the last 2 or 3 videos showed how he structured his story. And that's really what I wanted to show last week, but I got sidelined rambling and talking and kind of forgot my rant, or I went off the rails a little bit with my interpretation of what I was doing, and I lost track of never showing the end part, the part of the story, or the part of the development of his storytelling, or how he develops how he actually structures his stories so that he can tell 3-4 different story arcs or character arcs along this timeline. And that's what helped me tremendously when it comes to creating and writing my story. Those videos helped me more than anything else because everything was visual. I didn't have to read anything. He structured it perfectly. Now, where is it? Here it is.
I think I'm going to have to go now. I'll see.
Okay.
I'll probably keep listening to the chat for a few
Okay.
minutes. Thank you. See you later, guys.
No problem, man. Good for coming in, man. And see you next time.
Yeah, have a good one. Take care.
Let me
Yeah, is that Dan Wells, you said?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to put it up now. I'm gonna share it now. I just was pulling up the I was just pulling up the video before I went to it and see if I could find it before I search for it. Dan Wells, here it is, episode 4. And it's the last episode. It's either it's the end. It's the end of this episode. Okay, wait 1 second. He was talking last time. We was talking about how all of the different the plot points, the hook and the pinch and all of these things. This is what he was going over the last week when I was showing the video. So now he's gonna basically be showing the rest of how he puts the timeline in order. And this is what I want y'all to see.
I'm not getting any audio.
Any? Okay, I didn't share. Oh, that's right. I got to share the audio. Let me back out. Got to share the audio. Stop sharing. Now share audio. There it is. Then bang and share.
People ready. That's a great way to start a story.
Awesome.
How's that?
Start a book.
Perfect.
Okay, try-fail cycles. Who knows what a try-fail cycle is? Somebody just shout it out.
Try fail cycles.
Oh my goodness.
Try fail cycles. That's when your hero doesn't actually win. He kind of takes the L, and when he takes a loss, and then he wins the next time, he takes a loss, he wins. It's the same thing for the bad guy. The bad guy and the good guy kind of mirror each other, and in certain ways, in their motivations and different things like that. And you have to have the win-fail cycle. Your good guy just can't keep winning every time. He has to take some losses, and that's what he's talking about.
That is the most confusing concept ever. Okay, before your heroes succeed at anything important, they should try and fail multiple times first. Why? Because victory should be earned. Because if your heroes can solve the problem on the first try, then your problem was not hard enough and nobody cares. So we need lots of try-fail cycles to get people going. Try-fail cycles can serve a lot of different purposes. They can demonstrate consequences. In The Last Crusade, we get to the last room and the knight says, choose wisely. The good one gives you eternal life and the bad one will do horrible things. We don't know what the horrible thing is. And when Indy chooses, there's not a lot of tension in the audience because we don't know what the consequences of a wrong choice are. So we get to see the consequences first when the other guy chooses. So we have tried, we have failed, and now the audience knows, oh, this is serious. All right.
Yeah, that could help to set up conflict and challenges and threats. To have somebody fail, have somebody try and fail, you get to see the consequences of what his actions are. And then when your hero comes to try that same thing, it makes it more dangerous for him because you already know the consequence. So yeah, this is the try-fail sequences is I got a lot of that. Matter of fact, I think I mentioned in The Might of Thug City right out the gate. As soon as they come down, they heard that there was some muscle being sent in to back up some people, so some gang members who are doing some dirt in the city, and that's how the book opens in this. And when they go in, they come across this group of muscle that were henchmen that were hired to come in and help the gangs do what they were doing. And I'm thinking that in that first battle, that my dude Mike is going to take a heavy loss. He's going to get his ass kicked right there. So then the next time we're going to see, okay, it's going to be a whole different scenario. And I don't want to blow it for people, but yeah, I got my win-fail cycles. Like I said, these videos help me more than anything else that I've ever read or seen as far as storytelling and how to set up and construct my stories.
Sometimes try-fail cycles. Why does this always get the biggest laugh?
I love that movie.
Okay, sometimes try-fail
The Princess
cycles look like
Bride.
victories. Wesley's trying to rescue Buttercup. He has to go through all three guys before he can do it. Yes, he beats the first two. He beats them all. But in beating them, he does not immediately gain his objective. He has to pass these obstacles first, and that makes his eventual victory more satisfying. On the other hand, sometimes failures are actual failures. We have poor Inigo. How many times does Inigo try and fail to avenge his father's death? Let's look at him. We have, he starts off by asking the man in black. He says, do you know this? And he says, no, I don't, and I'm going to beat you up. And then the man in black finds the six-fingered man, but they kill him. Then we discover it's Count Rugen, and then he's too drunk to do anything about it. And then he finally confronts him, and the dude runs away. And then he tries to get through the door, and it's locked. And then he gets through the door, and he gets stabbed in the stomach. And then, after 10 try-fail cycles, he finally does what he's trying to do. That's why this is the best moment in the movie. That's why this is everyone's favorite, because he earned it. He tried really hard and he got what he wanted, and he failed, and we were with him the whole way. So that's why try-fail cycles are really important to have. So moving on now, plots and subplots. We need to have lots and lots of them.
Here's where he
Most
sets it
stories
up.
have
Here's where he's setting it up. Yeah, this is where you're going to learn really how to structure your story, how to put every little detail in on a timeline so that you know when characters meet and when different events come together, and like when major events like the end or the ending, or like when your hero makes major decisions because some major event happened that forces him to make a decision or something like that. These is how you set these events up, and usually that's when more than one thing comes together at the same time, and he's going to explain all of this better than me.
more than one plot. As we had the question at the beginning, what if you're trying to focus on character and plot at the same time? Most stories do. If you look at a TV show, every TV show on television, except the ones I don't watch, has two plots going at the same time. Here's our main plot, here's our B plot. And each thread, each action, each resolution or climax that you are working toward can be mapped out with this system. And then you weave them all together. You've got all these little threads going at once, and you kind of weave them together until you get something useful. So we're going to do this with the matrix, okay? We're going to put everything that we've talked about all into one thing. The way I look at the matrix, it's got 4 plots, 3 main plots and a subplot of the betrayal, and they all end thusly. In our action plot, this is where Neo has to defeat the agents. That's kind of our overarching thing. We also have a character plot where he needs to become the one. He needs to grow as a person, and he needs to know that the power is in him. We have a romance plot where we're trying to get these two characters to fall in love with each other. This, as we see, is a very standard hero's journey. We have our call to action. We have our mentor disappearing. We have all of the standard hero's journey stuff. Character plot, very different. We are instead building towards a character climax, an internal climax, where he has to realize things and make decisions about himself. We have our romance plot, which is not necessarily all that different from the Pride and Prejudice one. Sorry for the blasphemy there. But when you bring it down to a structural level, a romance tends to be fairly the same. Now we have our betrayal plot, which is Cypher. We're trying to build toward a moment in which Cypher betrays everybody. That's our subplot that we're going to mix in there and blend in there. So all of these 4 plots, they have our 7 points. Now we're going to braid them together. The way we do this is we have our events. We spread them out to give ourselves good pacing. There's the one time I'll say that during this pacing. I'm sorry that pacing was on there. So all of you people who came for pacing, there you go, pacing, spread them out. Now, on the other hand, we're going to line those moments back up again when we need to create a really powerful scene. We're going to have different important things happening in different plots, and they happen at the same time. Those are the big scenes that get us going and that we remember, that have a big impact on us. So let's look at this.
This guy's good. I'm gonna check out his videos. Like those. There's so much you can learn on YouTube. It's really fun and easy. It's better than school.
Yeah, this thing is good, and I learned it from
Dan Wells
It was
is a
in
horror writer.
2010.
His first book, I Am Not a Serial Killer, is already huge in Europe. It comes
This is from 2010, so it's been around for a long time. This is how long I've been watching these videos, because I found it back in like 2009. So yeah, this is a pretty good. And the other one, the 12-part one that I put up first, where the 2 guys was at the whiteboard. I don't know if you saw that one.
I think I saw some of it.
Yeah, well, they're close together. There's 2 guys. I think it's Larry Correa and somebody else. I forget the other guy's name. But I'm gonna put the links in the I put it in the link last week. I'm gonna put the links in the video this week, and yeah, so it's very
Town in the
helpful.
United States in March 2010.
We're going to have different important things happening in different plots.
He's now gonna show you how all of those things in the boxes, how he spreads them out to create a timeline. And you basically just go down the timeline to see when each event happens. And then all you got to do is write the dialogue connecting all of it.
They happen at the same time. Those are the big scenes that get us going and that we remember, that have a big impact on us. So let's look at this. We're going to go through now. We start off with our Ice Monster prologue. Let's beat up all these guys and hover in the air and show off our special effects. Then we start our hooks. We have our beginning state for our character, and it's pretty much the same across all three of the main plots. He's a loser. So then we kind of slowly start building one of the plots. Then we'll bring in one of the other plots. Then we'll bring in some other stuff. Morpheus tells Neo he's the one, and that's when we meet Cypher. So now we've just introduced our subplot, braided in there, and we just keep building. Neo is the wimpy new guy, and so Trinity doesn't really care at this point, and he falls in love with her anyway because she's Carrie-Anne Moss. Then, meanwhile, behind all this, we have our other subplot going. Makes a deal with the agents. People think maybe something's going on, but we don't have time for that because we need more room here. This story is really long. So, here we go. We don't have time for that because we need to go meet the Oracle. And while you're doing that, I'm going to tell the agents where you are. The Oracle does this, so we're building now this other plot. And Trinity doesn't really want to talk to him. And
You can see as you go down the list, it's just basically creating the timeline. Each box as you go down is the timeline. So when two things happen at the same time, it makes for a more exciting event. And this is everything that he's showing you. So as long as you have your little plots all mapped out, all you got to do is fit them into these boxes down this timeline in each column, whether it be romance, the character, action, or the betrayal. It depends on how you want to set up your timeline, because I'm telling you, my boxes go across. I've got to set mine up in a way because I know I can't introduce but so many characters at a time, because it's going to get too confusing for the reader to be following everything. So I have to break things up. And that's what this timeline thing is great for. I love this because I'm allowed to do exactly what he's showing you, put everything out, map it down the line, and know exactly when my characters are going to be coming down. So that's what I'm doing now. And I have a timeline that goes way. I'm trying to start focusing on the couple of front books that I know are going to be coming out first. But the only reason why I'm going down my timeline is because I know I want some Easter eggs. I want to foreshadow. I want to be able to bring stories back to earlier books or specific scenes. I want to have tie-ins. So this is why it's taken me a while to write it, because I know I'm lined up all of my events, but now I know I want certain things to mimic and mirror and toss back and foreshadow forward, and all of these little things that writers do to have your story interesting and have you looking and going, wow, that's why he did this, and that's why that happened back in book 3. This is why I'm doing it. And I'm telling you, I am excited as hell, because this guy's work, Dan Wells, he put me on a path that I couldn't see. I read the books, I got Writing for Dummies, all of that. But as soon as I saw this video, that was it for me.
this is slower than that, I think. Anyway, Neo spots the trap. They try to escape, and then huge scene. We get our big attack, and that results in this. Let's toss one more thing in there. So we have, this is the resolution of one of our plots coming at the same time of a pinch in one of our other plots. That's a large part of why that scene is such a big deal in the movie, is because we're seeing these two things happen
Come
at the same
together.
time. It has much more impact. If it was just Morpheus getting captured for no reason, that wouldn't affect us as much as if he was captured because of a betrayal of a character we liked. So then we start to move towards the second half. We're now in the action phase. Neo's taking matters into his own hands. He is risking his life to save people, and we get try-fail cycles. There's like 5 things he does. He needs to rescue Morpheus, and he starts by the lobby scene, which is great and it's fantastic, but it doesn't actually get him. He doesn't rescue Morpheus yet. Then he goes up on the roof. They get attacked by an agent. They escape with the skin of their teeth. They fly a helicopter. They manage to get him out, but then the helicopter crashes. There's all of these failures. They're not out yet. They make it to the subway. The 2 guys get through. Neo's left alone. Bad things are happening. We need more room. Did that happen? Awesome. So Neo realizes the power is in you, Neo. And he realizes that thanks to Trinity. Trinity tells him. So then we have our other thing, and he becomes the one. So now we're seeing all these other plots with their big main events happening at the same time. We're combining character resolutions with action resolutions and knitting them all together.
Oh, are you there? I think you're still muted on your microphone.
And yeah, sorry about that.
All good.
That's what makes for a great storytelling. It doesn't make a difference if it's comic books or movies or TV shows. That's when you have different events coming together. It makes for a more explosive event. It doubles up, it doubles down, however you want to put it, and makes it more important in the reader's mind and for viewing and everything, because there's a lot of things happening at once. So you can have 2 things, depending on how many plots you have going. You can have these things coming together and ending at the same time, or resolving themselves at the same time. They might not end, but it might come to some sort of resolution that you then might have to go on to another sort of resolution. It depends on your story or what kind of character. Maybe your character, a bad guy, goes from being a bad guy to a friend, so he resolves that resolution, but they're still together in some other adventure or extension of the story or plot line. So there might be more resolution from that character. He might not die or get cast off. He could become an ally, and that happens a lot. So there's all kinds of ways to twist these things, and I love it.
And that enables us to defeat the agents at the end. Yay! So I hope that was helpful, because the point we're trying to make here is that once you know how to do this, you can take all of these threads, all of these elements of your story and your characters and your magic cafeterias, and you can combine them into something that has structure, that your audience can look at and say, that all makes sense. I love the way that works. So does anybody have questions? Right over here. It depends on the book. The one that I'm doing right now, I did this first. And in writing it, I'm about 1/3 of the way through it. Yeah, about 1/3 of the way through it. I'm realizing that I have neglected some of these other subplots. And so during this writing phase, excuse me, I actually stopped last week and changed and said, okay, I'm realizing now that this character is more important than I thought she was. So I'm going to figure out what her arc needs to be. If she's cool now, I want to make sure she's cool at the end so she has a good moment. So the way I do that is by figuring out her resolution and then mapping out how to get her there. So I kind of combine them before and after. Over here first? Oh, absolutely. There's, like I said, there's no rules. His question was, do you have to have a love interest for the romance, or can it just be a relationship? You could do a romance kind of plot, that basic plot, with anything. It could be a guy loving his car, honestly. You know, whatever you want that resolution to be, you know, whether someone gets together with the significant other, or whether somebody, you know, finally gets their car back from the whatever, I don't know. Whatever your resolution is going to be, that's what you're building toward. In most cases, yes. You look at, yeah. As often as, you know, Star Wars is another example. We have our action plot, which is we need to blow up the Death Star, and our character plot, which is you need to rely on the Force, and those happen at the same time. Use the Force, Luke. Put away your targeting computer. He does. Both climaxes hit at the same point, and that's why it feels very significant. Well, no, that's actually, you know, using this system, that's fairly easy to do, because you just figure out a really good climax resolution and then map it out backwards from there.
Map it out
your
backwards.
Second act, you know, of your main plot is going to be depressing, maybe.
That's another thing that I'm working on. My resolutions, the climax parts. I'm having trouble finding decent climax scenes, and that's why I'm having a little sticking point sometimes. But I'm getting them because I have a lot of different points that I want to bring in. So if sometimes they can be softer, but there's other times when you have to have heavy impact in your resolution. Otherwise, it just doesn't do the storyline any justice. And that's what I'm trying to find, those differentiations in, okay, this is going to be subtle, but this one has to be more hard-hitting, and then the next one can drop off a little bit, but the other ones, you know? So, and then not having them be repetitive or similar to other things people have seen in other movies. So you got to try to be fresh, and you know, in other comics. Well, I haven't read a comic in a while. I'm getting into that because I got to do some more comic time videos, but I haven't been reading stories. The only thing I've been really getting into animation, like and movies. I'm collecting a lot of movies and watching movies. Like I just got finished watching The Boys of Brazil, and that was really, really good. And I liked how it ended, and it wasn't a major event as you might think, but it was such a just circumstance how the bad guy got his comeuppance that it was just poetic justice, and it fit. It was a well-made movie. For such an old movie, it was really high quality and storytelling, because they didn't have all those special effects like they have now. So they had to depend on the story.
When did it come out?
The 70s. It was Gregory Peck and Sir Laurence Olivier. Sir Laurence Olivier was a Jewish Nazi hunter, and Gregory Peck was Joseph Mengele. He was Hitler's personal scientist or some crap like that. And what he figured out was how to clone Hitler, and that's what it was all about. The Boys of Brazil was it was like 99 little Hitlers across the planet. And Mengele's plan was if you could clone him, he could come up exactly like how he was brought up if you make his life exactly like how it was. So what they did was gave these cloned babies, to a bunch of different working class parents, but the father had to be a certain age and working in a certain type of profession, and the mother had to be very doting and very care loving and overly loving to the boy, letting him get away with whatever he wanted to do. So he had that very accepting mother, but a very stern, strict father. And then what was the event of the movie, the whole plot of the movie was Hitler's father died at a young age, at Hitler's young age. And so they had to make the fathers of all 99 of these boys die within a certain time period. And that was the whole plot of the movie. And it was great. It was a great movie. Y'all have to watch it. I'm going to do a review. I was trying to hook my Blu-ray player to my computer, but it won't work. I tried to hook it in through HDMI and I tried to hook it in through USB, and it won't work. So I'm going to have to find another way, because I wanted to get some visuals in my videos. I could play DVDs, but I can't play Blu-ray. I'm going to have to get a Blu-ray, external Blu-ray drive in order to play it. So for now, I'm going to have to find another way to do my Blu-rays. So y'all just going to have to be patient with me. So I do believe this is enough. I just really wanted y'all to see how show y'all how he maps out the storyline and how he has all of the different plots set up. And then as you go down the list, that's your timeline. And that's why he has those staggered, the way he had them staggered. And it's the best as far as learning how to tell your story in a very simple way, in a basic way that makes you understand it, and so that you can set up a difficult story the way that I have it. A lot of guys have been saying for your first outing, you shouldn't have a whole lot of characters and a whole lot of plots and all of this. But like I said, with this way, I think I can handle it. I really do think I can handle it, and I'm going for it. I'm going to tell the story I laid it out just how he showed it. And I've gone down the timeline and I've set it all up now. I'm writing dialogue and making sure that, like I said, I want the Easter eggs and all of the flash forwards and or foretelling and the flashbacks or whatever, callbacks and all of that they put into stories. I want all of that in there. So that's really what I'm working out, as well as the dialogue and the endings, those resolutions, as he calls them. So that's where my Might of Thug City is right now. And I'm designing characters, which will be, as a matter of fact, I can show, I think I did upload a drawing to let me see. Let me stop sharing. I think that's enough. Y'all seen enough of that video. So I'll stop sharing. And what we will do is show this is a first. You're about to see the redesign of Might. Let me see. Let me get this. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Did I? No, I didn't download it. It's in my wand. That's where it is. It's in my wand. Let me see if I can hold on. I gotta plug my wand into the computer. And it's a wand scanner. And let's see if it's gonna, I gotta turn it on.
Something I want to say about the foreshadowing and stuff.
Yeah.
Like if your story has like some sort of twist, it's really cool. Like how you can watch a movie the second time and like see what were all the clues that led to the twist, like, or maybe you can even guess before, like the first time you watch it. Like I'm seeing like The Sixth Sense or something where they had little clues in there that tell you how the ending. So you watch it a second time, you can look out for those. That guy's really good. Dan Wells is really good at
Yeah, how he set that up, right?
how he shows
That's
how
really
everything.
good. It's very helpful. Man, it's not in there. I don't think that's in here. Oh man. Man, I thought I had downloaded. I know I had did it, but I didn't put it on my computer. Next time I'm gonna do a special reveal of Might. I did a real quick sketch of him, redesign, and he's still gonna have the dreads, but he's gonna be he's got an insignia on his chest, and he has an asymmetrical design. It's not fully realized, but it's the basics. So I wanted to show that, but I messed up somewhere along the way here, and that's not gonna something didn't pop up. I should have pulled it when let me see if I can get it to restart. Okay, turn it back on. Okay, it said there's an error. Is presently a photo and a video being displayed. Oh, okay. Because I'm on a video and all of that, it won't display it.
Oh,
Gotta load. Gotta load. No.
and it's a Portsboro is the name of the city.
Portsburg.
Portsburg.
Portsburg. Yeah. Portsburg. That's basically another name for it, because that's what Gotham is basically, city. And Metropolis is basically big city. And Gotham is basically big city. So Berg is basically city. But it's, I want it to have to do with the ports. A lot of the criminal activity and a lot of stuff happens about the ports. So Portsburg. So that's, I was trying to find a name that was nice, short, concise, and kind of plain too, like Metropolis and Gotham. And I didn't want to call it something city. I was calling it Port City before, and I didn't want to go there. So I was like, "Dago, what else can I call it?" So I started looking up city and looking at the different thing. And I said, "Hey, Berg. I like Berg. There's a lot of Bergs around. So okay, Portsburg." So yeah, it was something different. It's not Central City like the Flash and everybody's something city. So I wanted to change it up.
It works. It sounds good. It sounds like a real place.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I try to be original. That's what I say. I'm trying not to be like all of these guys that's going, "Oh well, I'm going to do an analog and just switch it around." I don't want my characters to be analogs. I want them to feel like I sat down and created brand new, fresh characters, because that's what I did. And I want you to feel that. I want you to think, "Hey, man, these characters are good." Maybe they might have some similarities to characters I know, but they feel fresh. They feel new. They don't feel like they've been thrown in a blender. Batman and Superman and a couple of other characters thrown in a blender and pull out something else. No, I feel like that I put in brand new ingredients and pulled out a whole new character. So that's what I'm trying for. That's why I have certain characters that I'm bringing out first, because I know I have a lot of characters that feel like other characters that are out there already, because a lot of characters have been done already. You just can't help it. There's no way I can create a rich guy who's a regular human being and put gadgets on him and not have him feel like Batman. It just can't be done.
Yeah.
I don't care what you do. Somebody's going to say, yeah, that's another Batman. He just doesn't have a cape, or he just doesn't have this, or he's not in black, or whatever the case may be. But there's certain dudes that's always going to get that. Oh, that's a Superman ripoff. That's a Batman ripoff. If I do anything with constructs, that's a Green Lantern ripoff. There's nothing you're going to be able to do to get away from that. So all you can do is try to make your dudes as original as possible. And I have dudes that, like I said, I got guys that I'm starting out with that I think feel original to me. And I've been around a long time, so I think I've seen a lot of characters, especially they kept rehashing the same characters over and over. You've been seeing the same Captain America, Spider-Man, X-Men over and over and over. Thor, Hulk. They haven't tried to bring out any other characters. So most people only know those characters. And it's only guys who are deep into comics who know all of those other characters, those side characters that people don't talk about in the mainstream America. And only guys like me and you and other comic book dudes who love comics and come up reading those, and people are getting into them now. And well, now with all of these safe spaces and characters like that, a whole generation, imagine that, a whole generation is getting robbed of the free adventure that we were able to grow up with.
Yeah.
An adventure, that escape that no one listen. You know, SJWs, this is why you have to be upset with FJWs. They talk about being there for the little guy, the guy that got bullied and all of that. But a lot of kids that got bullied, their escape was comic books. So where do they have to go now?
That's sad.
That's sad, right?
Yeah.
That's sad. And SJWs are the fault for that. All of those kids that had, because I was one of them. I was a latchkey kid. I had to come home from school by myself with me and my twin sister. We had to walk home from school, come in. We had our own key. We had to make lunch and sit and do our homework until our parents came home or until our older sibling came home. And then we stayed there alone with our older sibling until our parents came home, and they cooked and did all of the rest of the stuff. That's how it was. And the only escape was either playing with our toys or reading comic books and drawing.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I'm not one of those little kids out there who had the bully picking on me all the time is because my father took me out and said, if you don't kick that boy's butt, I'm going to kick your butt. And he made me make a decision right then and there. He didn't empower me. That's not empowerment. He used my fear against me to make a decision. I'm going to stand up for myself or I'm going to catch a whooping. That's what he did. And I did that for two people in my life. I said, yo, either you stand up for yourself or I'm not going to be your friend. I'm going to do the same thing that they did to you. And the dude made a decision. And to this day, he stands up for himself. The other kid, I don't know because I was in school with him. And after we left school, we didn't keep touch. So I was a senior and he was like a junior, a sophomore, a freshman, something like that. And I just don't like bullies. So I stuck up for him the first couple of times. And then I told him, yo, stick up for yourself. Otherwise, I'm going to sit back here and let him pound you behind. The dude just don't want to. He likes the guys that don't put up resistance. And that's you. If you stand up for yourself, he'll leave you alone. That's what I did many times in my life. Yo, stand up for yourself. I realize these days is different because back in the days, we was able to get one-on-ones. Didn't matter how big the group was. If you pointed at one dude, you was gonna get that one-on-one. These days, I see them online jumping people, jumping one guy, and that's ridiculous. That's why this people are softer today. They're moist. Too much humidity. Too much moisturizer. Too much humidity. Get rid of the humidifiers, people. Because I'm telling you, too much moisture. If you watch Red Heat, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Belushi, James Belushi, I gotta get the clip for that. I got the DVD. I'm gonna use that, and I'm gonna be showing you some videos. Too much moisture around these people like Kibble Smith. Somebody did a video showing Kibble Smith on a dating show, and the woman was throwing herself at the man, and he was terrified. Now, how can you follow somebody like this? He's scared of women who throw themselves at him. He's scared of black men, and he said that in that video. He's scared of black men with knives coming out of their wrists. Imagine how scared he would be of Wolverine or Sabretooth or Colossus or any of those guys. Come on. And his whole life is built around fear. And that's who you want to follow? This is the example that y'all want set for your children, to be terrified of the world so that your existence is, please leave us alone. Don't hurt us. Can you please be as soft as possible? Can you become a moist man as much as possible so that I don't feel endangered, so that I can have my safe space? This is what it is that he's trying to teach people. He wants men to become soft. When you become that moist, you're doused. You become drenched. You become drenched. See, this is all made up. This is how we do it. This is all made up. This is something I made up on the fly about a month or so ago. You're a moist man, and you hanging out with SJW women, you're doused. You're drenched. You're too moist. It's okay to be weak, but it's not okay to be that weak. Please grab your sack and stop. This is not what men are. Watch Shane and learn like that little boy learned. There is honor in being a man. There is loyalty, respect, and nobility in being a man. A man is not about beating up people and hurting and all of this crap that y'all put on men today about misogyny and all of that other crap. It's not about that. Man is about responsibility, taking responsibility for himself and people around him and doing the right thing if he can. That's what a man is. And that's what comic books are. And this is what why people like Kibble Smith can't understand it, because that's not a man. A man will understand that a superhero is the epitome of manhood. And this is what they're trying to teach you. The epitome of being a man, always looking out to do the right thing, always risking his own life to do the right thing for others, not himself. But y'all take that and say, no, this is man's iconography. This big hulking muscle man, and he just wants to beat up. No, these are just symbols. The beating up is just a symbol. He wants to stop the bad. He wants to stop the evil. He wants to stop that and protect the innocent. This is what a comic book is all about. Not misogyny. And the women that we draw are the epitome of womanhood, not scrawny. I thought SJWs liked women. The unattainable body is the bulimic body. We had that problem. The bulimic body, where women were killing themselves to get skinny. the anorexic body. These are the unattainable bodies, not the fit bodies. The fit bodies are easy to attain. All you have to do is put in the effort. That's it. So to be an SJW and say that women with nice curves and have fit bodies are unattainable. No, this is your issue, boo-boo. This is your issue. This is your issue. You don't want to put in the effort. You want people to like you for your dumpy little selves. Stop being dumpy. I'm not saying that you have to. You should find love for who you are. That's how it should go. But don't tell us, because we see how you put attractive men in there, and then you got all these toadstools in the movie standing beside these attractive men. We see what you're trying to put on men. We don't want to. We don't want to. You can't use the Jedi mind trick on us. And we don't mind being naked. So if you want to try to exploit our bodies, we don't feel the same things the way y'all do. So you can't exploit us in that way. Y'all put us naked on there and say, see how you like it if we exploit you. Go ahead, baby girl. We like it. But y'all got to show some skin too. If you don't want to be fair, be fair. Why should y'all lock women up in chastity belts and lock them behind in rooms because they're attractive? Lock them away in dungeons. Y'all bringing back Rapunzel and the evil, wicked witches. See, these are all videos that I should be doing. All of these are video topics.
That was a good video on heresy.
Yes.
That was good.
Chastity belt was supposed to come next, but I didn't get to it. I was supposed to do that months ago. I'm telling you. All of these are topics for videos, man. I have the topics. It's just that I'm trying to focus on the art, man. I got 3 different things I'm trying to do with the clay and the drawing, the writing, and then the cloth figures. So the videos, I know I have to do them to build the channel. But if I didn't have to, I wouldn't. Yeah. So
it's tough. It's kind of like spinning plates a little bit.
Yeah. You got to juggle all of the 3 of them, keep them moving. Yeah. It's the same thing. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get into that rhythm of spinning that plate, spinning this plate, spinning that plate, spinning this plate, spinning that plate, back to this one, back to that one, back to this one, back to that. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get in the mood. I'm trying to get into the habit. That's what it is. You have to force yourself to do it over and over until it becomes a habit. And then once it becomes a habit, it becomes nothing. You can handle it.
Yeah. And then every time you get a new idea, you can just
drop in here and do it. That's it.
Yep.
That's it. So all of these are ideas, and they're gonna drop this week, because I was dropping videos last week, but they was the easy ones. All I had to do is record. I didn't have to make the thumbnails. That's when it gets hard, when I gotta go and make the thumbnails, and it takes 2-3 hours to get everything right.
Yeah. I wish I could edit video, like take clips, like you're talking about quartering, how he does his, takes clips from different movies and puts them in the video and stuff.
Yeah, I'm learning that stuff. I'm learning. This is all the part of the process. I have to teach myself how to use all of these video editing programs just so that I can get my video right. Right now, I'm just trying to put everything in there, and then I cut it short. If I put a movie clip in, I have to go to another screen and then put the disc into the computer, put it in, and then all of that wasted time, I just cut it out, and then I get it to where I want it. But other than that, doing the voiceover work for where you get the music and the voice going over the clip, I can't do that. I can't do all of that right now. But I'm trying to learn it. I'm trying to learn it because I want to do all of that. I want to do some Methwin videos because I don't like that guy. I really don't. I really don't. He's not a comic book dude, and he's interfering in something that's none of his business. He's a sidler. He's a sidler, just like Jerry Springer. I mean Jerry Seinfeld. He's a sidler. Just like that episode, The Sidler. That's what I was gonna have that point. And he walks up there next to Elaine, and it's gonna have Methvin's face on it. But I don't know how to do it yet. She's talking about, yeah, that Sidler, he's always doing this, and then she pulls up and he's right there next to her.
What is Sidler? What is that?
Yeah, he's a sidler. It's like somebody who benefits from talented people. He's always creeping around, and before you know, he's right up next to you, trying to hustle in on your work or reaping the benefits of your talent.
Okay.
Look it up. Look it up on YouTube. Sidler. Matter of fact, I can do it. I can look at because I was supposed to do the video. I just didn't learn how to do the work yet. Let me see. Stop sharing. Let me see. Look it up. Sidler. This is funny. Jerry Springer, the Sidler. Sidler. Seinfeld. There it is. Springfield. Why am I saying Springer? Here it is. Here it is. Okay, hold on. Let me share. No, that's the wrong one. Okay. Okay, share. Here it is. With audio. All right. Here we go.
Here's the new copy you wanted.
Oh, yes.
There he is.
Well, he certainly looks like a lot of work. I'm very impressed with both of you.
She got him back. That's what that was about. She got him back. I missed it. Okay, that was the wrong one.
This is incoherent drivel.
Is that when
Here,
or
here. This is the one.
That noise. That's the noise.
What?
That infernal rattling sound that has plagued me these past 2 days, and I could not find the source. In my office, in the hallway, even in the men's room. Shame on you, Elaine.
No, Mr. Peterman, that wasn't me.
That reminds me of the Haitian voodoo rattle torture. You haven't gone over to their side, have you?
be careful because
I
like
hit-
it
Just one. You're out on your can.
you don't want to get copyright strike.
Yeah. I was just trying to find the part where she's screaming at him in his office, and when she pulls up, he's right next to her. So that's what it's not even on this one.
So you're saying Edwin's the guy who stands next to Elaine, not this guy.
Yeah. That dude who she did it to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little funny face guy.
Yeah. That was. They call him the Sidler in that episode. Matter of fact, it's called the Sidler. It says it right there. Jerry Springer, the Sidler. Says it right here on the bottom of the screen there.
Okay.
So it's a clip from the TBS show, and he basically she's in there yelling at this guy on the screen that you see. He's sitting at his desk, just like how he was when the Sidler dude was showing him the paperwork in the last clip. She was there talking about the guy, and then when she backed up, he was standing there smiling that stupid smile. Well, I was gonna have Methwin's face on there. You just like how the Quartering does it, where he has the things on people's faces. They show you how to do that in YouTube. They show you how to do that. So I was gonna learn how to do that and get one of his crop out one of his faces from one of his streams and put it on there and then post it up on Twitter. And I know they were gonna get a big reaction. Because that's what he's doing now. He's untalented and he's sidling up to Smilla, and that's where he's getting. He's getting everything. He's on every one of Smilla's streams. He's over there during the auctions and everything. And what are you there for? You're not drawing. He's just there. He's sidling up to the guy with talent.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. He's not making money. He's just doing it for fun, I guess. I don't know.
To get a little bit of fame. People know him because of hanging out with Comicsgate.
Yeah.
With people with talent.
Yeah.
The people with talent. Everybody who's making stuff is the people that he's hanging out with. Doug, Mike Smilla, EVS and them before the split. They was all part of it. They was all hanging out together.
Yeah.
So
that was it was a good time. He used to be kind of cool, Edwin. Like when
that's what they say.
Did you hear about the Vox Day? Have you heard people talk about that?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I didn't go back to look at any of the streams, but I heard about it. They talk about it every once in a while. That's why I always try to catch when EVS is streaming or when Cecil or Malin is streaming. I try to catch all of those shows.
Yeah,
because you hear it eventually comes back up, and I've been watching them for the last year and a half, something like that.
Yeah. Well, with Vox Day, like tried to take over Comicsgate. Edwin was pretty vocal, and he was a pretty good defender of Comicsgate back then.
Oh, okay.
But I guess something changed. I guess I don't know what changed.
Because him and Smilla wanted to do it.
Yeah.
Because they started trying to take over. They wanted to cut out the gays and the lesbians and the people who wasn't religious and all of this other stuff. And they wanted to be the gatekeepers. And they said, no, hold on. That's not what we do. There's no gatekeepers here.
Yeah.
That's how it all came around. And then they decided, well, we're not Comicsgate. They decided that. Nobody told them they wasn't Comicsgate. They decided, well, we're not Comicsgate, and we're taking all of y'all people with us because part of this group is Christian, and they're going to come with us. And the problem was they didn't. They didn't leave with them. So they're on the outside looking in, and they're mad because they're failing. Smilla can't get a project out. He owes money. His campaigns are failing, and he hasn't put out one book, even though he put out 3 campaigns, some crap like that. And it's ridiculous. Like I said, I wasn't going to get involved, but this is something that I want to be my livelihood, and I'm not going to let somebody attack my livelihood.
Yeah.
Calling me names and stuff when I ain't said nothing to them, but he's calling blanket Comicsgate, and I'm Comicsgate.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's why I was thinking about firing some shots. Shots fired, bang bang across his bow. Yeah, man.
It's like they could be making a lot more money if they just stuck around and hang out with Ethan a bit more, but
I think Miller wants to. He's been telling Methwin to shut up. He's been telling them to shut up sometimes. I drop in there sometimes to watch some of their streams because they got some good artists over there. So I do drop in, and he gave me some good advice one time, but he didn't give me a lot of advice. He told me, well, you might not want to take advice from me, but this and that. But he's been in the business for so many years that he should have gave me better advice than that, but I can understand the predicament he's in. A lot of people are against him because of how he talks, and so he doesn't want to say the wrong thing, so he limits what he says. So I can understand that. I don't hold nothing against him, but when you start attacking people and saying things you know that is not true, that's when I go, okay, I don't like you too tough. And then the whole religion thing where he's cursing but not cursing, and I think that's hypocritical. And again, which is none of my business, but I think it's something that he should not do. if you're not supposed to curse, then you shouldn't be saying dang it and dang, because what other word do you use in place of friggin'?
Right.
There is no other word that you use to take the place of frickin' except for. So does God understand that? You see what I'm saying? If God understands that, then you are assing out. You are playing yourself, because God knows what you're saying. This is my whole point. If you're trying to be religious and then you're saying frickin' and dang, you are saying what you're saying, and God knows what you're saying, because there's no other word that those are substitutes for.
Right. I hear you. It's you're putting out that cursing energy.
Yes. So you're
there.
kidding yourself. You're only kidding yourself. You're not kidding God. You can't play God for a sucker.
Right.
And you're saying dang it. You shouldn't be saying dang it at all. Period. You shouldn't be saying anything that represents dang it, because you're saying something that damns other people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what a curse is to ask God to damn someone else. I curse you. That's where the whole thing came from. You're asking the Lord that you believe in to doom someone else. And this is why you shouldn't be saying it. If you're not supposed to use a curse word because it's blasphemous, then you shouldn't be using any representations. And that's being hypocritical. And I'm not a religious person. I just know religion because I come from religion. I was raised 10 years in religion, 12 years. So I know, but I just don't believe as much as in that way anymore. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't believe in limiting. Go ahead.
I didn't really put much thought into that we were talking about, the cursing.
Yeah.
Even if you're doing substitutes.
Yeah.
Like Ned Flanders from Simpsons.
Exactly.
Little
exactly. All those little witticisms that take the place of the word that he's trying to avoid.
Yeah.
But who are you kidding? Your mind is substituting the word, one word. It's not substituting any other word. You are substituting for one word. You're not using one word to blanket everything. You're not saying, like Yosemite Sam, Rasin, Fasin, Karn, Sarn. Those are totally made up words.
Yeah.
But in his mind, they represent something. They just couldn't say it on TV, but they wanted you to understand that he was cursing.
Yeah.
They couldn't say the curse words, but they wanted Yosemite Sam to be the roughest, toughest, rootinest, tootinest hombre to ever walk the Picos. And in order to do that, they had to represent him as a foul-mouthed little sucker. So they made up their own foul-mouthed words. This is what they're doing. But it only represents one thing: cursing. You're avoiding the curse. So if you're avoiding the curse by saying a representation of the curse, then you're cursing. Because it's in your soul, it's in your mind. This is what you think that if you sin indoors, that God doesn't see you.
Right.
So if you're sinning in your heart and your mind, you think God doesn't know it. That's what religion, it forces on you. If you're gonna believe in religion like that, you have to believe that you have to be pure. I don't believe that we were meant to be pure. We're humans. Failing is part of it, but that's all part of storytelling too. Because if you want to have a story where you're dealing with purity and it's much like Star Wars and stuff like that, you have these savior. There's a lot of savior type, like Neo. Neo is perfect Messiah character. He got these miraculous abilities, and he's the savior of everyone. He's Jesus Christ of the movies. There's plenty of stories like that, where they have the Messiah, that Ten Commandments. There's plenty of horror movies and stuff like that, sci-fi movies. Like I said, Neo is the one that is based on this Messiah type of situation. So understanding religion, and which I have too, because I have a lot of demonic stories that I like to want to tell. And so understanding how to not manipulate, but to travel through the religious thought processes helps you to create a great story in many ways. Like Damien Omen 2 is one of my favorite demonic stories. The Omen, Damien Omen 2. The third one fell off for me, but I still own it because it completes the story, and it wasn't all that bad. But I just didn't like the ending, and the way they handled the deaths wasn't the same. In the first two stories, the deaths were more kind of, they just seemed a little bit more mystical or otherworldly, and how the dog and the crow and everything was always in the area when people were dying, and in the third one, it was just like things just happened. There was no, I don't know, how they handled it just seemed a little bit more forced. It was more forced in the third one. When Sam Neill was playing the Antichrist, and so yeah, I still like the whole, because there's not a lot of them. There's not a whole lot of demonic stories that you can go back. That's high quality storytelling. A lot of them was corny and more monster based, and so when you're talking about theoretical and more suspense oriented, like The Omen is all suspense and character driven storytelling at its highest. And those types of stories, I have to, like, I have this 3-inch thick Bible that been in the house for, I don't know, I don't know if when we moved here in the 70s was here, or if we brought it here with us, because we was not a really religious family, but every Sunday we had to get up and go to church. But so I still have this Bible, and right now I do research in the Revelations part of the book, just so that I can, because I have a story about the end of the world, much like Revelations, where it just starts happening. That's basically how the story opens. I don't have a title yet, but it just opens with people disappearing, vanishing right in front of people's eyes, and they just don't see it, and little flashes of blue lights and stuff like that, and it just gets crazy from there, man. It just gets crazy, and I think I do have a title. I just forgot it for some reason. The other day I was trying to think of it. I was like, how come I could forget a story that I've had in my sites for so long. So yeah. I definitely have a few of those, and like I have the Vatican story that I was telling y'all about. So I have a few, and then I have one that's a comic book based story. One was supposed to be like TV, one was going to be like a movie, and the others I think are more comic book based with more monsters and stuff like that. And the one that I'm telling you about is going to have more demonic stuff like supernatural, but more straight from hell stuff, not the vampires and all of that stuff. And
Yeah.
so yeah, I
still can't watch Exorcist anymore. That first Exorcist is.
I love all of that stuff. That stuff, I could watch that stuff and eat. I can watch that stuff and go right to bed. I don't have any problems with watching those types of things. When I was a kid, maybe The Blob with Steve McQueen made me scared, but the one movie that scared the pants out of me, I was sick. I went to the movies with my brother and we saw Jaws. And when the face dropped out the bottom of the boat, they went underneath the water and they was looking for some friend of theirs. And there was a hole in the bottom of the boat, and they was going up, and the guy's face came down, and his eye was kind of dangling. That scared the crap out of me, just because of the shock value, how the head just dropped into the hole like that. It scared the crap out of me. I was already shaking, and because I was sick and I was cold because of the air conditioning. And when I saw that, it scared the crap out of me. And ever since then, I like being scared. So I used to go see all of the zombie movies, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, all of that stuff. You name it, I saw it. Dr. Butcher, all of these horrific tearing your guts out. I've seen it, man. Pieces, you name it, I've seen it. So I love all of those movies. Freddy, Jason, Michael, I've seen them and I love them. So horror movies don't frighten me anymore, but I know what's a good horror movie. If it's thrilling and I'm into it, yeah, it's good. It might not scare me anymore because I used to know, but I used to watch so much horror that I knew when something was going to happen. You get to know all of the beats and the rhythms of horror movies, and I know, okay. And so when something can happen that could shock me, oh man, this is a good movie. So yeah, that's how it was. So that's why I like adventure movies. I like all types of dragon stuff. You name the genre, I could find a movie that I like. Even for a dude like me who talks about how hard I was and how I came up and all of the stuff, I even like Ever After with what's her name? It's a Cinderella story with Drew Barrymore.
Oh yeah.
I could watch that every time it comes on. I just like the story, and it's mostly because of the comeuppance that the mother-in-law and the sister get at the end. And that's mostly why I watch it. I like to see a bad guy get his comeuppance. And she was a bit of a bitch. Her and her daughter. So yeah, I like that for that. But the whole story was good. I like the story. Even the whole I like when Da Vinci, when the mother locked her in the closet and they went and got Michelangelo or Da Vinci or one of them. He brought him there and he pulls the hinges off the door and they said, "Oh, you're so great. You're so wonderful. You're such a brilliant man." He goes, "Yes, I should go down in history for the man who opened the door." I should go down in history as the man who opened the door. That just had me laughing. I thought it was so funny. It was witty. So yeah. To be a man of such talent and to draw all of these fantastic paintings and all of these things, and then to go down as the man who opened the door was funny to me. So, yeah. And So I think we're gonna call it quits for today. I meant to go only 4 hours. It's 4.5 again. But you got me talking. I got into all of these stories and everything. And when it comes to me and stories, man, I'm telling you, I'm just sick with it. I just love it. I get addicted. I'm a fiend. I'm a microphone fiend after 12. I'm worse than a gremlin. Feed me hip hop and I start trembling. But I'm like that with art and storytelling. I can go. So till next week, I think I'm gonna call this quits. And I want everybody to think about a few things. For everybody who sees this video in this stream and who wants to join in with story time, you're welcome. Become a demigod like me and Hoth Rebel are trying to become, and join us on every Saturday 2 p.m. Like the video, subscribe to our all videos on this channel. And I'm also got another channel that I'm probably going to be putting a lot of my streams on from now on, called Goddamned Comics. It was called Monstrositus X, but I changed it to Goddamn Comics because I want to lock down the name. So I'm probably going to be streaming from Goddamn Comics from now on to keep my stream separate from my regular videos and help if what the algorithm is all about, keeping the stream separate in order to grow the channel. I'm trying to help grow my channel. So if you can subscribe, please. And once I get to 1,000 subscribers, I will be offering a lot of cheats for everybody who joins the channel. I'm going to have phone art. I'm going to have file art, some what do they call those? Maps, something like that. Bitmaps for your files on your computer. I'm going to be doing bitmaps for y'all for that. All of that's going to be free for people who join the channel, subscribe, not join the travel, but subscribe so that I can get it up to monetizing my videos. And then I've got the Patreon. I'm gonna have to do some working on that because I do have some tiers, but I didn't put anything on there to give to y'all for helping out with story time and all of that. But y'all will be people who do donate will be the first people that we will offer story ideas from, ask story ideas from during story time. And then other videos y'all will be like with some of my videos for the clays and the cloth figures, y'all be getting first access, priority access to those and all of that. So once we get our channel up, it's going to be available to everybody for now. But once we get our channel up and get some donators, we're going to have to bend the knee to the donators if they donate, and keep on moving from there and see how we can get this channel to a nice hefty size and get our books out and build Comicsgate, build Goddamn Comics, and build the Goddamn and get the best stories that we could create out on the market for you, me, and everybody out there. So, okay, until next week, and until you come back to the pit, come back to the Goddamn, because we got two alter egos. We have the Goddamn, where we create gods, and then we have the pit, where we create demons and monsters and bestial forms. So get at me. Oh yeah, I do voices. You see, I can do voices. So if y'all need some voice work done for videos, I will help out. Gladly to help anybody in the Comicsgate. I will do my typical voice for. I can do humble, subtle voices, or I can do forceful voices. I can do deep. I can do high. I can do hey boo boo. How's about another picnic basket? Whatever you want, I'll do it. But yeah. Till next time, this is Monstrositus X and Hoth Rebel 86 saying, come back to the pit, come back to the goddom, and we'll see you next time, next week at 2 p.m. Eastern on Storytime. Anything to say, Hoth?
Praise the goddom.
Praise the goddom. And we're out.